Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is Weed Nerd World, episode 542. Feels weird almost being in the driver's seat. How you guys doing? Hopefully you guys had an amazing Christmas, New Year's. I know that bald guy yapping in the background. Hope a few of you pop in. Unfortunately, I did see Bingus was live, but anywho, see South Tennessee's in the background. Can't bring me down. No, you do now. What's up, Stony Creek Miranda Family Farms, Mr. Thunder Dan in chat? What the hell's going on around here? We Nerd World, man. My contacts got my eyes all fucked up and wrong with them. Is that right? Completely wrong. I believe Mr. Smiley's going to be popping in here in a few. Roll up one, hang out for a few. I believe Mr. Red Pill will be taking over at 4:20. What happened to Chad? Everybody there hanging out. We got 8 people watching. Got 3 comments in the chat. Cheers, everybody. Always love the fucking spelling some shit. Mr. Jackgreenstalk fucking in the chat. Top of the What's up, Mr. Jack?
Cheers. How you doing, man? Happy New
Pretty
Year.
good, man. Happy New Year. How was yours?
It was good. Spent it with Lady Greenstock. I'll never complain about that. It was a great time. I actually had a little to drink, which is very, very rare for me. Had a little wine and a little bubbly, some Prosecco. We're not really champagne fans. But
Stocked up on kids' wine over here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like sparkling grape juice.
Yes, sir. I got this time around I found some sparkling peach cider. I didn't try it yet, but I'm like, I like peach. So I was like,
Might as well get something that's tasty.
I just smoked a couple and hung out here at the house. Didn't really get much done. Or, it's not really that big a thing for me. New Year's, I celebrate New Year's, but it's not a drinking thing to me. And it seems to be like synonymous with New Year's. So
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not typically ever a drinker. Very, very, very rare occasion I'll have a little bit to drink. But I'm not opposed to those who do. It's all good, whatever. Just I'm more of a cannabis only person. It's what makes me feel good, especially when I work 7 days a week. So you start hitting it hard, and you have to wake up in the morning, go work. It's tough to pull that off. I ain't as young as I once was. Cheers, Thunder Dan.
Yeah, you're pretty young. Cheers.
yeah, it's
How are y'all?
important to believe you're only as young as you feel, right?
No, I'm just messing around, but the booze will definitely make early mornings a lot harder. That's for sure. A lot harder than cannabis will. I'll say that.
How was your New Year's there, Thunder Dan? What'd you do?
Oh, I hung out a little bit on the Caribou show, smoked a bunch of fucking reefer, and went to bed. I mean, normal stuff, man. Just I've been trimming. Been in trim jail for a while, so hang out and trim. In fact, I was hanging with Bingus and I was just about to go to bed, and I saw the notification was like, well, shit, I'll go back and trim one more motherfucking plant. Why not?
Yeah, I seen everybody hanging out over there, and I felt bad about going live. He's in chat right now. Cheers, biggest pop on. But Red Pill had hit me up earlier and asked if he could take over at 4:20, so I figured I might as well get her up and running, get things warmed up a little bit.
Right?
It's funny, I didn't even realize Bingus was live. I feel bad now because I was sitting around here just chilling, doing a whole bunch of nothing. I actually finally, last time I came on, I was kind of just vouching for Mr. Greenfingers, but I said myself, I'm not even growing right now because I'm working so much. Hadn't had time to reset and clean my grow area. Well, I finally fucking cleaned up my veg space, re-amended my soil, and popped some seeds. Welcome, Stoney Rockafeller. Cheers, brother.
Hey,
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's, guys. What's going on?
Not
Happy
much.
New
Just
Year.
pop some seeds. Velvet Punch F2 and F3. So I'm gonna do a little side by side, unpollinated.
Awesome.
Should be fun.
Yeah. Hell yeah. So what's going on, guys? How was your New Year's?
It's good.
It's all right.
Smoked a lot of weed?
Yeah.
No more than the usual, right? I mean, it's like, how much more can I smoke?
So,
Yeah,
Jack, I've been chucking seeds for like the last week. I had one of the Columbia males I had laying around. Decided, well, my light cycle here in the veg hours was like a little sporadic. I don't know if that was the case, but he decided to throw full balls and kind of pollinate a bunch of shit. So now I've got right now I got seeds coming out the ears. Just
Yeah, man.
seeds.
Once you have a male, letting go. You were like, hey, Smiley, you want to run the males and I'll run the females earlier in the project, like before you guys actually started doing it. And I remember this is exactly why, because it's just so hard to contain it. I saw the American one tag something where there's like pollen collection bags that they have. It's like a clear bag and it doesn't allow the pollen to disperse, but it allows the plant to keep growing. But I don't know. I've never really seen some people claim that they can do it with filters and stuff, but you don't even close your tents up all the way. So at that point, you're kind of fighting an uphill battle with air circulating around, and pollen is so the tiniest little bit blows off and there's seed somewhere, So, especially when you got lots of ladies around to get hit.
Right.
Let's make sure that happens, right?
At least
Bingus.
it's all just one male. Cheers, Bingus. I didn't even see because I got them all 4-panel. I got to swipe over.
I slept in. Back door is always open there. Happy New Year to you all. I did the Eagle warm-up show, and we transferred over here once Eagle decided to go live.
I didn't get the notification, Bingus.
Cheers.
YouTube's fucking with it because I'm definitely subscribed and I have the notifications on for you.
Dude,
I'll have to go check it out.
I go to places that I know I'm subscribed and I'm unsubscribed. I'm like, what the fuck? I resubscribe, and the guy goes, "Oh, I noticed you just resubscribed to me." Or you just subscribed to me. I go, "No, I re-subscribed," and I can't get notifications. I don't know. They don't like the cannabis folks, I don't think, just yet. I think we're growing on them. So
I think we've helped YouTube along quite a bit, I would think, over the years. I mean, they're pretty big on their own, but it has a huge cannabis presence. And as far as I can remember, it always has.
don't get me started on that. Happy
There was
New
a
Year.
purge.
Yeah.
There was a purge that one time.
Dude,
I
I
feel like it's
That
been
one
okay.
time.
use that. I'm just like proud of myself for that. But dude, the rest of their shit, I don't want to. So everybody got any big plans for the New Year's? I mean, what's up here?
I just keep adding tents to my collection. I'm About to set up number 8 right now.
Stoney's Tent World.
Yeah.
Love it. Excellent.
Pretty much, yeah.
And nothing wrong with that, man. You and Eagle are both rocking some tent cities over there, and if it gets you a bunch of plants harvested, then fucking keep on rocking.
Oh yeah, man. Keep running out of space. I don't know why or how this keeps happening, but every year I keep running out of more space and I have to add more. You know, it's hard to find stuff too when you're growing and you're specifically doing things, you know, and you're not growing for weight, you know, you're growing to find things. And it's, you know, now the numbers go up real fast, you know, because you're not, you know, collecting really biomass, right? And you're trying to find things so you can do that. So, yeah.
I keep saying, I want to break it down to that solid 7, right? And then, well, wait a minute, you got this going and you go, and then you can't stop that. You got to do this too. You got to finish that. I'm just like, all right. So I put the bean, I actually took my bean box and put it up where I have to get on the ladder to get it. So it'll be there for a while because I don't get up on the ladder too much. I gotta stop, man. I'm like, fuck, I think this is a disease almost. You know, it's like, oh, I wonder what's in there, right? 2 years later, you're like, yeah, I don't mind it. You know,
Exactly.
it's crazy. It's fun though.
It is fun.
I would
That's what we're doing it.
This wish I had more room, an extra hand, maybe. You know,
Good.
I want a greenhouse.
right on.
A greenhouse.
Yes.
That's what I want.
A light depth greenhouse. Wouldn't that be freaking awesome, dude?
Oh yeah.
All right, dude, I'm with you there.
It would be awesome.
I don't even know
But-
if I'd like that. Maybe just regular down the middle, auto on the side.
You know, you're not picky, right? Just give me a greenhouse.
The greenhouse would be nice, but I don't know, man. It's New Year. I think there's definitely something to appreciate about loving what you got. Whether
Yeah.
it's 8 tents, a tent in the closet, a little outdoor grow, whatever the fuck you can grow, man. Appreciate it and do the best.
Just
Focus on doing the best with what you got.
Just grow. Right.
Oh yeah.
Agree. Totally agree with that. But it's a disease.
Yeah, I'm totally knocking the wall down and making a 4x6 a 6x10
Nice.
in like 12 days. As soon as I get these plants out of here.
Dude, I'm good at demolition.
Cheers to that, man. It's sometimes once the work, the idea of it can be a little daunting, but once you're all done, it's so worth it. Like I was definitely putting off popping seeds because I didn't want to clean my veg space and re-amend my soil. I didn't have any like fresh soil, and I knew I was gonna have to go through taking some old root balls and busting them up, get them ready for solo cups and stuff like that, and getting all the amendments out, dragging the shit all around and pulling out the tarp, mixing it up. But it was funny. It's one of those things. It's like once you get started, it always goes quicker. Or not always. Like hash is one of those things that always takes longer than I expect. But like re-amending soil or a lot of other shit in the garden, I'm like, man, this is gonna take me fucking hours. And then it ends up, like, it took me an hour. And then popping seeds was like 5-10 minutes. So
Just, yeah.
feels good to be back growing.
Gotta do it. Gotta get up and do it.
I think there's a book that says like swallow the toad or eat the frog or some shit. It's like do the thing that you least want to do first and just get it out of the way. Whenever I do that, I just have such fucking productive days, and I just wish I would do it a little more often. Just like fucking push myself to do that thing I don't want to do, get it out of the way, and then you just cruise through the rest of the shit. Because you're like, man, that was the worst thing that I had to do today. Now everything else is gonna seem like it's fucking nothing.
Dude, there's so much truth to that. I've done over 30 years in construction, in electrical specifically, and that's how I always did things. You know, you get your stuff for the day and you know what's going to be the shittiest part. And I always try to take care of that first thing in the morning, because after that, then it's all downhill. Then it's all easy peasy work. At the end of the day, I'm nice and relaxed. I'm not, trying to get something done that's difficult because I saved it for last. But however, in my personal life, It doesn't. It works opposite. Now you do it the other way, and then shit don't get done. So
The thing about construction is, though, you're so beat up after the work week that in your personal life, it's the reverse. happens.
that's right. So yes, that's why I'm doing kind of probably the way I do things, because when I get home, you're kind of like, it's like anything. So if I go into a carpenter's house, I'm guaranteed to see a wall that's been patched and it's not painted still, or some trim work that's not been finished, and if you come to my house, you're going to find light fixtures that are still missing. There'd be wires hanging out of a box over here, just because I could deal with that. I was like, fuck it, I'll take care of that switch tomorrow. Even though it'll take me 2 minutes, man, I'll walk by that thing 1,000 times just because I just don't want to fucking do that shit anymore.
It's not paying you. It's not paying you to do it.
Well, yeah, and it's just, I'm sick of doing it. 30 years of it too.
Yeah.
But however, I am making the jump. I've decided I'm not going back. I've had enough, and I'm going to go get a job as a grower to learn to grow at scale, so I can learn, not necessarily going there to learn, much else. Because I'm definitely sure. I know they use GH and rock wool bags or cubes or some shit, and pumping that shit in and out. But there's a whole other side of the business to learn, and I'm not going to learn it in my basement. So.
Be a great experience, buddy.
And I need money. I need a job, so
You'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, if you put it out there, kind of into the universe, and you put your mind to it, I think it'll happen. It's maybe a little hippy dippy, but even like the more you do it, the more you start seeing like the numbers. I was thinking about Eagle today because I saw 111, 222, 333 on the clock. I was like, man, I feel like Eagle's going to go on tonight. And then hadn't been on in a few days. And the last couple times, I think other people were running the show. And I was like, it'd be nice to see him. And sure enough, New Year's, Eagle's back. And we're all here. Bingus, everybody. Good to see you all. And Green 13.
Numbers don't lie, Jack. The numbers don't lie. Speaking of numbers, Green 13. What's up?
Happy New Year, boys.
Happy New Year.
Cheers.
Cheers, brother.
Eagle, that punching bag looks like it kind of punched back. What happened, buddy? You okay?
Oh, it's the contacts, man. I fucking threw them on. They weren't quite through the cleaning phase. You know what I mean? You ever wore contacts?
Oh yeah.
If you get it and you don't let that thing go through its complete cycle, man, that fucking, when you throw them in, can be quite brutal. And I grabbed one of them.
Oh, you clean yours, do you? You clean them?
Yeah.
Right. I had them, but I had the chuck away ones, so I never went through that solution thing. But funnily enough, I was looking through on this device. I was looking through some photos yesterday, and there's a picture of you with your glasses on, which I think is maybe the only time we've seen it.
Yeah,
I can't show you because it's on this device. Well, I wear glasses, but weirdly, I got to an age halfway through the pandemic where my eyes flipped. So now my glasses that I used to wear for close work, I wear for when the TV is all the way over there. And for close work, I don't need anything because I'm at that sort of 40, 45, I'm 46, that age.
I can't see shit.
You're right at that age where your eyes are going to start going.
Well, I should go get it looked at, but
If it's up close, I can't see it.
It's interesting. It definitely goes worse with age, and it has some genetic component. But I saw something about how if you just use your eyes more at like a distance, like hiking outdoors, and put the muscles to work, your eyes will get better over time. And I used to wear glasses when I was younger, and contacts as well. I hated the contacts, like putting them in and out. I had the solution, and one, it was just hard to fucking get them in and out for me. I'm shaky ass hands from having all my fingers broken playing football. But on top of that, it's just a pain in the ass. So I'd either wear glasses or not wear them. But I had like a minus 2.25 or something. And then years later, after not wearing them, I got retested and my vision was 2016, which is like better than normal. 2020 is normal. And like 2018 is like a little better. 2016 is like, you can read like the little lines. And
Didn't know
I
that.
don't know. I definitely think there is something to, I probably was eating
There
healthier,
is, because my daughter
eyes.
has the opposite thing, and loads of the kids have the opposite thing, and that is tablet vision. So actually, my 10-year-old has a problem when she looks afar. Oh, there's a screen on the other side of the room. I can't read the fucking words. Right, because you grew up with your screen right here. And it's a real thing. And the opposite thing is the thing where you're saying, oh, you're supposed to train your eyes to look further. They never look far. And kids never look far. So they have that thing where they have to train themselves to look off in the distance. And it's a real thing, like you say.
They say it's almost like a brace. Like if you wear your arm in a cast, you start to lose the muscle, right? Our brace is like the walls of our house. You're only ever looking 10, 15, 20 feet. And most of the time right at your screen, a foot away. So your eyes never have to focus and go longer. But cheers to the American one. I'm actually swiping to all of the screens so I can see that you joined us. Welcome, buddy. Good to see you.
Oh,
Ciao.
Yo, Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, man.
Yes,
Happy New Year.
brother.
Cheers.
How's everyone doing?
Better now.
I'll be seeing you later today on Growing with my fellow growers.
Yes, you
This
will.
afternoon.
I thought today was Sunday for a minute.
Well, it
It
is
is
Sunday. Where
Sunday.
we're at.
I mean, yesterday.
Yeah.
I thought yesterday when I was in yesterday, I thought it was Sunday for a minute.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
With that awkward silence, I guess I'll take the
Cows
moment
here.
to say I gotta actually
Crystal.
run. I got a early morning tomorrow, but I will definitely make sure to keep tuning in, checking all you guys out, listening to the live streams and everything.
Yeah, it's good to see
I
you,
know
Jack.
Eagle does one usually Sundays and definitely on Mondays, so I'll be tuning in, if not joining. The American one, Eagle, Thunder Dan, Stoney Rockafeller, Bingus, Green 13. It's good to see you as always. Happy New Year, everybody. Hope everybody
Happy
starts
New Year,
the
Happy
year
New
well.
Year, Jack.
Happy New Year.
Thank you for popping
and
in,
love,
brother. You've been missed.
cheers.
It was
Cheers.
great to see you all. See you around.
Great to see you.
Peace and love.
Okay, bro. Hey, whack-a-mole. One down, one in. Welcome Smot Poker when he comes up. Thunder Dan. I got the fucking calendar out a minute ago. You may have seen me fumbling around writing some shit. Did I see correctly that your birthday is fucking Groundhog's Day? February
Absolutely.
2nd?
Yeah.
All right, I had to throw it in the calendar, brother. I didn't want to miss it.
1983, they broke a fucking mold. Kapow.
Oh my God, you're a baby.
That's my,
Yeah.
I
my
keep
birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I
God
appreciate that.
I knew I liked you, man. I was born on Groundhog's Day too, man.
You could be my kid? Holy fuck, man. I'm just thinking about that. That's crazy. You'd be a cool kid to have, though.
I didn't think there'd be anybody else in the world born on Groundhog's Day, and Thunder Dan's born on, dude. And I'm always looking
Yep.
for my shadow, you know.
How old were you in 83, Stoney?
83, I was 15 or 16. 16.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
Oh, I was
That's
poking by
rolled.
then. I was dipping the stick, not often, but it was getting in there. I was getting some workouts.
Oh,
I thought you were
we
going
ain't got the same hairline,
I got a couple kids from that year, actually.
I could have a couple of Thunder Dans out there.
Go down south much? Huh? Go down south much, Tony?
I have family down there in Tennessee, yeah. So
Another wife.
oh
It
shit.
happens.
Wow.
I'm just always surprised out of the millions and millions or whatever of swimmers that I'm the one that made it. Like, come on, bro.
That's why we're all lucky, because out of the trillions of little, I don't know, brothers and sisters, we won, man. We're the shit.
That's right. That's right.
So, Mingus, you're on that list too. You're a fellow groundhogger too.
Yeah, I was born February 2nd, 1905. This year,
Oh, you guys are number 2 seconds, right?
yeah.
May 2nd here.
You're
I
a
knew there was something I
groundhog
liked about. No, I'm May 2nd, but
Oh,
I'm
May
still a
2nd.
number 2.
Okay, gotcha. This year it'll be 02022022.
Wow.
Two twos, man.
We're gonna do
I'm a
massive
number-
shit.
Yeah, whatever it is, I'm going to do it twice. So like that.
My daughter's February 8th. She
Wow.
missed it by a couple
That's my
days.
birthday.
Another Aquarius.
That's
Oh,
my birthday.
really? No shit.
Yeah.
Holy cow, man. It's going to be a birthday week and a half.
My pops is the 15th, the day after Valentine's Day, or the day of hate, as I like to tell you.
So that saying birds of a feather definitely do flock together.
A lot of springtime sex happening back then, eh?
Yeah, man. But
Is
to
it
be honest,
springtime or the
I
end
got
of
3 boys
summer?
that I know.
February birthdays suck, man. It's fucking cold outside, fucking ice,
So
the
that means
flu.
getting busy when back in May.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when we did my second daughter, yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah, both my kids kind of get screwed because they're January 8th. So my oldest one's coming up next week, and then the other one's February 8th following. So it's like, for me, it's not bad. It's I get them all done in one little time. Christmas, birthdays, boom, and we're done. You know, and then I always tell them after birthday week, you know, it's like, all right, that's it, man.
Saving money.
Daddy's tapped for a while. Don't be asking for, you know. So,
My wife, I've been with my wife in 2022. I've been with my wife 30 years, and yeah, that's not bad, is it? Since I was 17. So I had to look. We've got a 10-year-old daughter, and she was born like 1 hour after my wife was like, "Get this child out of me. I'm not having it on my birthday." So they whipped her in and pulled it out. But so it's my daughter's birthday, then my wife's birthday. But after 20 years, I had to learn my wife's birthday because now it's the following day is my daughter's birthday, and I can't not know that. So I learned it. Only took 20 years. Probably 21.
not bad. Pretty good usually.
Yeah.
Used to get myself in trouble all the time with the birthday thing. My best friend from childhood birthday was fucking the 19th of June, and the girl I ended up marrying was the 18th. And I would always remember his birthday and forget hers, or mix them up, which really pissed her off. But I fucked that up for a good 10 years into the relationship, seemingly.
No soup for you.
Bros before hoes, man. Come on.
Yeah, right. Hey, man, I do that with my mom for some reason. She's on the 8th, October 8th. You know, I should know that now too with my kids being the 8th. Like 8's the number, right? And I always keep thinking for whatever reason, like right now I can remember it, but when October gets close, man, I'm always like, oh, it's October 9th. I don't know why. It's like some sort of fucking brain fart.
It's interesting because there are situations, certain words, certain numbers that I fuck up continually. That's a little aberration in the code there, I think, somewhere, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Nines, mine, I
I
don't know.
don't think Mr. Sorry, guys. I was just gonna say I don't think Mr. Smot Poker heard his welcoming. I think
What's Spot? What's up, buddy?
Hey, everybody. How's it
Happy New
going?
Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Cheers, Smot.
Happy New Year, brother. Hope it's a great one.
Good to see you, Smart.
Hey, thanks for having me on. It's nice to see everybody. Shout out to the chat. We got some fresh seeds started, so it'll be nice to have something to point my camera at here soon.
Yeah, it's a super moon, man. Super moon started last night. It'll be at its height tonight, I think. Supermoon, 0%. So good for seed starting, maybe.
Yeah, we did the we did a New Year's Grow Challenge over at Cocoa for Cannabis. So a lot of me and a bunch of my friends dropped the same time, you know.
Cool. He does that quite a lot, right? Where you guys do a community kind of drop, grow. Yeah, that's rad.
Yeah, it's called a challenge, but it's just a collaboration. We just keep journals, and then he gets lights and stuff after he tests them. He gives them away in there, and it's a lot of fun. You know, there's a good bit of people start to join after a while, and you get to watch other people go through the same mistakes, or you can watch their journals and kind of keep me from going through some mistake that I might make, you know? And it's fun.
Man.
We got the Amy Aces and some Girl Scout cookies. I had a couple packages that make it on time to start something else, but we'll see if they come in the next couple of days. Something could change, but I definitely got a half dozen Amy Aces wet that Tal sent us, so we're excited to see those. We'll get them sex tested here, and this would be my first time sex testing. You guys, I wanted to ask, how long should I wait? 3 nodes, 2 nodes?
What are you going to do?
Are you just going to put it in? Yeah.
You're going to flip it into flour and have a look. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna cut a piece I'm gonna cut a sample off and send it to Farmer Freeman, just because I don't have enough. I don't have a lot of space, man. To be
2 nodes is fine. Even 1, you could take that cottolini leaf, I believe.
Nice. That was my next question. They say like a 1/2 inch to 1 inch. Is that pretty? They're pretty good with that. I don't have to worry about anything. You're saying like the little one's good.
Don't take my word for it. Just, I'm sure there's a guide, but if it needs to be a 1/2 inch, I doubt the cottolini leaf's long enough. But as soon as you've got that plant stable and you're happy to chop 1/2 a leaf off, then it's good to go, really. It'll show it'll be its sex as soon as it comes out the ground, right? So it's just a case of when you don't want to fuck it up.
Right. No, that shouldn't take long at all. Then we'll get those results back. They say in a week. So this would be my first time running through this growing regulars and getting them sex tested and stuff. So it'll be fun. It's nice to jump into new stuff like that, you know, keeps it exciting.
Yeah. Fucking hell. How much per seed is that? That's fucking rad. I'd love to do that.
It was Black Friday sale. They had it was $10. It was $100 for 10 of them. 10 tests, $10 a piece. You normally, I think it's 12 or 15. I'm not sure. So I grabbed them on Black Friday and you know, thinking ahead for this.
Do you have to use them all at once?
No, and they never expire. That was 2 of my big questions. Like if I just want to use half now, half later, they said no problem. So, and they seem to have a good review. There's like a couple other places too. And as I mentioned, this first time I did this, so I just asked around, and it seemed like that Farmer Freeman company had a pretty good reputation. But you know, we'll give them a run and see how it goes. It'll be fun.
They have a good reputation. That's a lot, though. I think doubles the price of your seed outlay, but I guess it saves you time, and time is the real finance, isn't it?
Yeah, or having to have a space where I can take clones and switch them to 1212 while I continue to veg these ones. And it just becomes a little bit of a logistics thing. And this is kind of like an easy way out for me to throw a few bucks at it. You know, I would rather do it the other way just for the experience and shit. And I plan on doing that in the future. But this is what I'm doing right now, man. You know, thanks for pointing me in the right direction there. That shouldn't take long at all. I'm thinking within like 10 days, I'll be able to get them out. A week or 10 days, I'll be able to get those tests out. And within 2 weeks, I should know the answer. So,
yeah, that's cool as hell.
You ever just take a cut, throw it in water, throw it in the flower room, and just see what it does? Just instead of trying to root it, just put it in water like I'm gonna give you a rose and put it in the flower room and let it go in the flower.
Yeah, that doesn't save you much time, though. That doesn't save you much time if you let it get to the point where you can take the piece that big off. But if it's not showing sex in a seed form, and you want to veg it out longer and you want to get rid of the males, that's definitely a good way to do it. In my
Saves you
opinion.
2 or 3 weeks though, dude. Does that work, Dan?
Well, that's what
Yeah.
that's the way Spartan Grown recommended. He said just grow them up as big till you can get a little cut off of them. Take that cut and throw it in 12-12. And so my first question is in my mind, I feel like the thing would be trying to root and flower at the same time, and that could be conflicting. But he said no, that doesn't seem to be the case. He said it'll usually sow sex right around the same time it's starting to root, and within 2 weeks or whatever. So I want to try that moving in the future.
I'm gonna try it just
Absolutely
for an experiment, dude. Jesus Christ, that is fucking. If that works, that does save time. The type of time I'd want to save, 3 weeks probably. Take that, root it for 10 days, then flip it for 10 days. That's 20 days you just saved, plus any handling time. So yeah, shit.
Well, according to them, you don't even have to root it first. You take the cutting and throw it right to 12.
I'm saying the time you would save if you had to root it. That 10 days to root it, 10 days to fucking flip it. So
yeah. See, the clones are new to me, man, and so it's just cool shit. It's fun to learn and watch you guys and get the tips. And I'm gonna put them on. I'm gonna do a YouTube video on like our very first times. That way people could see success, failure, how it goes, and what problems we run into as they occur. So I appreciate you guys and your tips.
See this clone right here? With these little roots popping out of the little clone? This is one of them ones that tried to get away because that's a straight bud on top.
Monster cut.
Yeah, I'm just going to re-veg her back out and get her. She tried to get away. The cut I had, I just crashed and had it mislabeled and threw it out. So, here we go. You can get them at any time. But if you just want to switch over and see what's going on, I let them come up, do that GML technique where you pop the top little leaves off when they get about to the 5th node, the top ones, boom. So here come the bottom branches to branch up. I just take one of those, hit it with a piece of painter's tape, put it in a water bottle, sit it in the flower room. Let's see what you are. But I mean, I had thought about Farmer Freeman too, but it's just like what Green 13 said. It just adds to the cost, but it is a viable way to go. I mean, sure.
Yep. When I won these seeds from Tao, I thought to myself, I have to go get me some sex tests because I really want to do those, and I'm not really built for regulars. It's always auto flowers or just feminized photos. So this is first for us, but that's great shit. I like that idea when Spartan told me, and I thought it through and was thinking, I'll be damned. That's pretty great.
Yeah, I'm pleased about that. That is rad. I'll definitely be doing that.
Wow, I'm honored, Smot Poker, that you're doing the first photo periods are going to be mine.
Well, the first regular ones, yeah.
Okay.
Except for bag seeds years ago that hermied on me real bad, and that's why I wanted auto flowers. But now that I know, you know what I mean, I realize what was up now. But yeah, man.
How you doing that with your camera, Eagle?
What's that?
How you doing that? How you doing that with your camera?
Oh, there's actually a blur.
Yeah.
I just got my seeds that I won from the GR420 community videos that one day there. The Macmillan is what I chose. By
Macmillan.
Genetics. Yeah, the Macmillan.
Rad. That's cool, man. That's a nice thing. When you putting them in?
Soon, hopefully. After I figure out what the fuck's going on. After I figure out what the fuck's going on, then I'll throw some beans down.
Yeah, new lives maybe. Yeah, on pause for a sec.
It's one of the reasons I haven't been on it, tearing shit down, and you know what I mean. It's It's not like let's talk about cannabis when you're tearing shit down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Just, what's up, SoCal?
What's up, everybody? Happy
But I
fucking
miss
New
you
Year.
guys. I can't
Happy
keep.
New Year, man.
Cheers, SoCal.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy
bro.
New Year.
Missed you.
22.
Of course, man. Yesterday, listening to fucking Coot arguing with Potent Steve on New Year's Day. It was like, where's Eagle, man? But yeah,
Miss you guys, that's for sure.
it's good just to be together when we can be together. That's what I think. It don't matter what day it is or whatever. At the moment, everyone in my house has got coronavirus, including me. So we all just sat here fucking waiting. It is dull. No one's particularly ill. What up?
What's up?
What up, Smiley?
How's the toe, brother?
Cheers, Smiley.
Happy New Year, Smiley.
Cheers, Smiley.
Cheers, Smiley.
Fucking smoke something, right? It's a blizzard out, dude. The roads are all covered with snow and shit. It's fucking slow going on the way home and 4-wheel drive. And
Oh, you guys getting it now?
it actually passed. So on the way out, I was driving in snow, and then the way back, they were trying to get it plowed, but it was still like one lane on the highways and not nothing on the back road kind of thing.
What, just a big struggle to get around?
Yeah, yep. It slows everything down. So.
Yeah, it was raining here early this morning, and then there was shit when I was leaving Larry's house last night. I think it was like 1:30 in the morning, and it was raining basically. It's like 38 degrees out, and then I got up this morning, man. It was like 15 degrees out and just snowing like a motherfucker.
Slipperier than hell too, because it went from
Yeah.
snow. So.
All ice underneath that nice fluffy dry snow.
Yep. Makes it fun. I mean, I got like 4-wheel drive, you can get going and sliding and get back in straight or whatever, but like stopping still not as easy.
I always tell everybody the trick to stopping is when you're coming up to a light, you're moving a little fast, throw the car in neutral. So the fucking engine ain't driving the drivetrain while you're trying to stop. The engine's still trying to put pressure on that,
Yep.
So throw it in neutral. It's usually a little bit easier to stop.
That's an old school driving. That was like
you could put your foot on the clutch. Clutch.
2-wheel drive,
You ain't
rear
got a
wheel
clutch,
drive.
have you?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we can go into the clutch thing, but most people don't have that, so I don't even want to start.
No.
Fuck out of them.
How's your toe, Smiley?
it's not throbbing anymore, so I guess that's all right. So kind of.
That's the injury, man. That's the one. Straight on up that fucking nail.
Dude. Fucking, it made my stomach hurt, dude. It was like when you look at it and there's like a 1/4-inch chunk hanging out from underneath your toenail, like fuck.
Yeah.
It's like it's funny how it hurts like 3 times as bad the minute you see it, right? Like you didn't see it, you're like but then you see it, like that's bad, ow.
Goes from ow to fuck.
Yeah, exactly right. And you're cross with yourself now. Look at the damage you've done, you prick. Fuck.
Say you love yourself.
Like you guys are inside my head. Fucking dumbass. Yeah. So no, it's fun.
Where's the super glue?
Just keeping me aware of my surroundings. That's all.
Yeah, like putting it back together makes it better, right?
What's happening about you moving? Are you still looking at that?
Yeah, it's still in the works. So yeah.
Right.
Kind of one of them deals where like tenants were still in place and moving out.
Timing's going to be weird for you though, because you're going to have to blend one out, right?
Yeah, so yeah, we'll have to get all that figured out, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, it'd be what it is, but logistics it'll be weird for a bit.
I know, and I'm torn too, because now it's like I got all this soil that I'm like, I mean, I shouldn't. It was like 12 yards, 10, 12 yards of soil probably altogether. Like, so it's not.
Are you moving it? I know this is the question I'm asking myself right now. You can't leave it, but you could just dump it. But I'm in my head, I'm like, am I really going to move this soil, or am I just not going to start again next year? You know.
Well, I do have the benefit where they're all in like number 15 pots, so it's not. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's not like I'd have to like shovel a truckload full and then on, but it would be several trips nonetheless. So yeah. I mean,
yeah, I would have to shovel it, and then I'd have to wonder if it wouldn't be better to start with a fresh mix, given that my quantities are considerably less than yours. You know, they're not in pots, but what would you do? Would you try and keep your old terroir, or would you just start with fresh fucking soil in new beds?
I'm gonna start with fresh because I can bring that old soil to the garden here at the house or whatever. You know what I mean? I'll find some uses for it and put some garden vegetable beds in or whatever. So.
Yeah, even if it goes in fucking compost, it becomes something rad for sure.
Well, it's kind of cool because, like, I don't know, my girlfriend's always kind of been I don't know. She'll help in the garden, but it's not really like her point of interest, I should say. You know what I'm saying? She's not ignorant about it, but it's not really her thing. Yep. And then we started doing the outdoor garden this year. And I was just talking to her. I'm like, we got to figure out, you know, some veggies. And she's like, oh, yeah. And she's all excited about it and shit. I was like, hell yeah, man. She's into it now. So she's like, I miss it, you know, walking out there, checking on them. And
I'm doing things like dropping weedy garden things in at the beginning of our TV watching and shit for exactly the reason you're talking about. It's like, let me just put some roots in there and see if we can. And now she's talking about preserving and this and that. She's not going to talk about soil science, but you know, we're gonna get there.
Good to see you, Bingus.
Yes, good to see you guys. I'm gonna hit the hay here. Sorry, Eagle.
Have a good night, Bingus.
Oh, no.
Bingus, good to see you.
It's always good to see Bingus, man.
Cheers, Bingus.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks for being on, Eagle.
Bingus, take care, man.
Coming, bro.
Chat. Good.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys. Take care.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
2022.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy, right? How many? Think of how many movies when we were growing up in the 80s that were so like all super futuristic and
it's the future, bro.
Dude, growing up in the
this
70s,
is what it looks like.
The 70s was like even more so, dude, honestly.
Right.
Than the 80s. The 80s started reverting back, like 50s music, like kind of started getting popular again. If you look back, like Robert Plant made a song from the 50s, Phil Collins. They were reviving like 50 songs, but in the 70s, man, everything was about space. Look at all the rock bands they're wearing. Like Kiss was even basically based on space, and that's when they got popular. And space travel was the shit in the 70s, man. Star Wars, all
like
that
trying to get to the moon and shit, right? Like, or they just gotten to the moon or whatever. When was the moon?
When I was born in 68, right? That's when they hit the moon.
Okay.
So that, then that carried over into the 70s. It was just everything was still full on.
Oh yeah, it was fucking Cold War. We were trying to beat up on everything, and
we had
fucking Rambo.
Well, we had the Star Wars project, so supposedly we had these laser beam satellites that Reagan put up in the sky, and Russia was freaking out about it.
It's still there. Don't you worry.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
It's a trip, though.
Yo, Smiley, Happy New Year. I dropped out when you jumped in.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you too, Tom. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, dude.
I was working and listening to Caribou Hearts too on New Year's Eve, so that was cool. Everybody, they had a fucking ton of people on that.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Did you Were you guys there for that? Yeah, there was like 25 people or 23 people on the fucking panel.
Yeah. Wow.
No, it was a good time.
I didn't get to see shit last night. I was out in the desert lighting like $2,500 fireworks.
What show is the big panel on?
Caribou Heart TV.
Oh, I don't know that one.
Or was it Let's Be
Canadian.
Buzzed? Those two
Oh,
different
thank
channels,
you.
Stoney?
Yeah, they're two different shows. Let's Be
Okay,
Buzzed
yeah,
is Rick. Rick is on Caribou Heart, but this is his show. It's aimed more towards like beginning growers, but it's really, you know, if you guys know Uncle Rick, then you'll know that things don't ever go as planned. And it's always he's taking a left and then he takes a right, and next thing you know, he's circling the block 17 times. And but I mean, it's always fun, and he's just a super nice guy, you know.
Yeah, he is.
And his fucking grow room. Did you see that last night? Did anybody see that? Because he was showing off his grow room. I never seen it before, but it looks like a mini fucking commercial fucking grow room, man.
Yeah,
He's got like 15-foot ceilings. Everything's white.
Wow.
Tubes everywhere. He's got panels and all. It's all real. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I was like, wow.
Yeah, what do you have? New multi-fertigation system, so you can flood it like multiple times a day and shit.
Yeah. He's got some money wrapped up in that thing, man. I mean, he had like these full AC, like commercial AC units hanging, and I'm like, wow, pretty impressive, man. I got a bunch of tents.
Smiley's pretty large.
Yeah, Smileys is awesome too.
Thank you.
I always love seeing his pictures of this
Yeah.
canna.
I know I got to post. Been a few days. Busy though. Busy time, man.
You got to be busy.
Yeah.
At this time, otherwise
It's fucking
gonna fall
crazy
behind.
again, though. You're not talking about snow. It's 59 degrees again today. Air conditioning blazing. It's fucking crazy.
I'm freezing my ass.
We lay in bed with all the windows open, staring out.
Wow.
You know, like
Yeah, in January, right? Like that's wild.
yeah.
That is.
It was
wild.
even blue sky. It's like what?
Did you
I'm
guys
worried
see-
the trees are gonna start fucking budding. You know.
Yeah. Did you guys see that with Betty White too? I was gonna talk about that for a minute. With she was freaking 99, dude. I didn't know that.
99.
Old.
Yeah.
Isn't her birthday in a couple of days or a couple of weeks or something like that?
Couple weeks.
It's on the
Couple
17th.
weeks.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
fucking wild, dude. Can you
But
imagine?
they were in a show when we were children. The
Yeah.
show was the Golden Girls. You know.
Well, they said that she holds the record of being in the longest in show business because she was still active. Like she did a voice for an animated movie like just last year, dude. Like she's fucking still with it, man. Like she was still with it in there. I just think that's wild as fuck. Like her first gig was on a radio show when she was 8 years old. You know, and then they were showing pictures of her through like all the black and white
She
era.
worked for 92 years,
Color
man.
TV. Like, yeah, like just all the technology that came out.
Yeah.
Fucking wild, man.
Yeah.
And here I'm whining about doing electrical for 33 years, and this chick's like done
90
for
years.
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
90 years in showbiz.
Wow.
It's fucking crazy.
That's when
She
you
was
love what
like,
you do.
I still think
Screw
the best thing Betty White did, though, I think, was the Friars Club roast.
Oh my god.
It's so funny.
Dude, I heard shit out of Betty White that made me fucking go, wow.
Blush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
That's the good shit, though, when it's like, oh, they're a human. Fucking hell. You know, like, just adds a bit of love.
Yeah, but you know, you kind of look at Betty White like grandma, you know, and you don't expect to hear that shit out of grandma's mouth.
No, but when you do, you're like, oh, grandma's all right, you know? So,
Yeah, it's like they become human somehow all of a sudden, right?
yeah.
After my grandfather passed away, we moved my grandmother out closer to our house, and My mom tells me one day, it's, you should go visit your grandmother, start making a habit. She's not too far, I'm like, okay. So I brought my girlfriend with one day and go over there. And she just starts talking, man. And then she just turns to my girlfriend. She's like, so how's he in bed? So he got a pretty good penis. I was like, what the fuck? And then she just kept going. She kept going and she's dropping the P word and fucking and banging and doing. I'm like, whoa, man. I was blowing my mind for like an hour. I'm like, grandma, man, you got to stop, man. You're freaking me out. She's laughing. It's like, oh, you're old enough now. And you guys, come on. I'm not your mother. I don't give a shit. I know what you guys are doing. You don't think I was doing that in the 20s? I'm like, oh my God, don't fucking tell me this shit, please. You were around in the 20s. She's like, of course I was. I was going to the speakeasies. I was dancing with the mobsters. I'm like, oh my God, I got to go.
Yeah. Come on, sweetheart, we're going. Grandma's lost her mind.
Grandma's taking me out. Fuck that shit. She knows all the good spots.
I had a similar thing, but it was with cigarettes. And so it was like my grandma caught me smoking and she was like, oh, I can't remember exactly, but it was like, here, I smoke these,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a little freaky.
And it was like that. It was like, I'm not your mother. Yeah, and it's like, right. Oh, okay. You're giving yourself a ranking where you're like, I'm in the cool rank.
Well, I think you go through. So when you're younger and you have kids and you're on them and you're trying to raise them and make them this and that, and as time goes on, you realize, man, what a fucking waste of time. I probably did more damage to the kid than I did good. It was probably better if I just kind of let them figure shit out on their own. Just be like, yeah, you want to smoke? Go ahead and smoke.
My parents wanted us to believe that the world was this place that it isn't. And so they tried to hide us from it in a way where it was so fake that everything was a closed door. And they never would. And so when someone like your grandma's like, oh, you're smoking. Yeah, here you go. Go smoke in your room or what, it's like, oh shit, this was the thing I did that was like, you never should know about my world. And it's like, someone else knows about my world, and it just sort of, it does change things a bit, really.
Yeah, right.
But that fake world, like I remember even a bit for me, like now we swear around my kid and whatnot. But I remember that would never have been the case. And it's like, don't be dumb, man, because it means you're caging yourself up. Like you turn your life into such a weird life.
You guys know who Gary Vee is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some chick asking him like she's like, you curse a lot. He's like, yeah, I know. I need to use, make my points some fucking time. She's like, you curse in front of your kids. He's like, fuck yeah. He's like, I'm truthful. I'm not gonna be fake,
Yeah. Tell them not to teach them when to swear, or
right.
as in you ain't allowed to swear. When you are, you'll be old enough to tell me. Never aim it at me when you're old enough. Off you go.
Right. Hey, man, I really don't hide it. I do the same thing. I just tell my kids, and my daughter's like, she's like, can I say this word? And I'm like, not in front of me. You're not saying that. She goes, well, that I swear when I'm with my friends. I go, well, you don't think I don't know that?
Don't talk to me about
it. That's fine.
Yeah.
Right. You want to do that? Go ahead. I go, I don't think you should do that. I think it's a bad habit. But I go, what I do not want you doing is you better not be in public around other adults using that language. Don't do that. Because if you get caught doing that, then we're going to have a fucking problem. And she's like, so I was never told that. I was always told, you better shut your fucking mouth. You better not swear like me as he's fuck.
But my daughter would also use the word to make sure. She'd be like, is it okay if I say fucking cunt? And it's like, no, it's not okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was no shortage of swearing in my house, man. Tal probably knows. You're Italian, Tal, right?
I'm quarter Italian.
Yeah, so you got a taste of it. You know what it's like. Those Italians can't stop. Every other word's fuck and asshole, son of a bitch. But really, it's just words, right?
Problem with the F-bomb.
Yeah.
Do you have a problem with the F-bomb?
Always. Fucking at one point in my life, it was in every sentence. Have you ever heard the Adam Sandler's uses of the word fuck? I was
Yeah, so it's so
first time
versatile.
I heard that yeah, that's it. That summed it up for me right there. I'm like, you can use it for everything.
Yeah, it's like
But
It's the universal
put
word,
it-
man.
I had to put it in the title of the fucking show.
There you go.
Had
Right?
to.
I didn't even think about that. That's right.
I was like, you don't have a problem with it, but you have a
What-
problem with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I thought you said, like, yeah, I have a problem with it. I don't want my daughter saying it or something like that. But no, you
No, I
have
have
a
a
problem. You
problem
had a
with it. I
problem with it
can't
because I
stop
use it all the
saying
time. Yeah. Yeah, fuck that shit.
That shit.
I actually had to make a conscious effort, almost like giving up cigarettes, just to slow down. It was that bad at one point. Oh shit!
Only one person in my life ever said something to me. Like, you shouldn't curse so much. I'm like, why the fuck not?
My sister said it to me when she had a child. I can't think of anybody else. Oh yeah, a couple other people maybe at work.
You know, I'll
Fucking
be honest
pricks.
with you. When we were kids, man, we kind of watched it because when I grew up, I mean, it wasn't uncommon for an adult to give you a whack, someone you don't know.
Yeah, someone you
I've
don't
had
know.
my friend do that. We were standing outside of a 7-Eleven convenience store, got our candy and whatever on our bikes. And my one friend, he's dropping F-bombs all over. And this one guy walked by and there was a lady there. And he's like, hey, kid, watch your mouth. There's a lady here. You shouldn't be talking like that anyways. What are you, like 8 or 9, 10? And my buddy's like, hey, fuck you. And the guy just walked up to him and gave him a backhand right across the mouth and knocked him to the floor. And, he goes, what's your name? I'm going to go call your father. And it was like, holy fucking now, So nowadays, that guy would be thrown in jail. But hell, are you kidding me? If some guy did that to me and then fucking told my dad that, forget it. I'm getting my ass kicked
You're
even
in
worse.
trouble. Yep.
It's so conflicting because I remember exactly that could be the case. But now, if you hit my kid, oh well, I like,
Yeah. I'm gonna let my kid watch me fuck you up, and then I'm gonna fuck them up. It's gonna be 2 fuck up. Lots of shit. Probably handcuffs too. It was whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do think words carry a lot of power though. I think what we say carries beyond what we think it does. So
I love you, Smiley.
So I don't know if that means anything about swear words or not, but I'm just saying, like in general, like I guess the example I would give is every one of us, I'm sure, has had the scenario where you walk into a room when people are talking about you, and they fucking were talking about you, and you don't know how, but you fucking know. You know what I'm saying?
It's the vibe. The microbes in your gut tell you.
Yeah, and there's another thing too, like I'm trying to think of how it was said, but like what you say about somebody when they're not around will be how you treat them the next time you see them too. And that one kind of comes to a realization every time too, because if you think about it, if you're talking shit about somebody, and the next time you run into them, like that's what's in your head is like, oh,
Yeah.
Whether they knew you did or not or whatever, like that's what's in your head is that, oh yeah, like
You programmed yourself, no doubt.
yeah.
I feel what you're saying, yeah, because it's how you feel, and so it's going to be obvious the same way as walking into that room where you were getting talked about was obvious.
Or
it's spooky, isn't it?
Well, or like whether you say you can or you can't, you're going to be right. You know what I'm saying? So
the power of words.
I put myself in that situation yesterday. We're all down in the desert and we're sitting in the RV, and it was a bunch of people from work, and I was talking shit about one of the ladies in the office, and she comes walking in right as I was talking about her.
Did you tell her to her face?
Oh, right. Oh, I fucking hate her, and she knows I hate her. But she walked in right as I was talking about how how much of a fucking bitch she was. And my life has been so much better since I don't have to go to work lately and deal with her lame ass. Right as I was saying it, she walked in.
And you pointed and we're like, that's the lady I'm talking
Yeah, I'm talking about you.
Just ride that wave right there, man. Just be like,
right.
What's up,
Well,
Karen?
I mean, I've told her to
Yeah.
fuck off in her office before, so you know, it wasn't a big deal. But everybody's looking at me like, dude, she's right behind you. She's right there behind you, and you're talking about her.
Is she behind me?
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, hi, fuck you, you know. Yeah, it's kind of that. It's kind of a weird feeling, you know.
shoulder checker on the way out and shit.
Right? Yeah,
I was
she's one of
listening
those.
to
Like,
Jordan. I was listening to Jordan Peterson talking to a bit like this, and he was sort of saying, when you're talking and you tell him, and you say something that you don't believe is true, instead of trying to style it out, he said, I get this feeling in my stomach. It's kind of a tearing feeling. So he says, I think it's, such and such. But he's like, if you can just get to that point and then just stop right there and wait until some words appear that make you feel like you're not about to lie or tell yourself a line. And it's like the great words then for me are like, oh, this isn't a complete thought or something like that. But, it's interesting. And that thing in his stomach, that's microbial in my opinion. It's like, yeah, it's interesting.
sometimes it's
He's real smart.
Sometimes the
Smart
best
guy
thing
there.
to do is you think fast and talk slow.
Yeah. Yes, Eagle, I'm really enjoying it. I'm trying to go real careful because I don't want to ingest it all at once, because there's a lot of good stuff he says.
Well, that and as inspirational and as smart as that guy is, I can't take his speaking voice for very long. I'll give him like 10, 15 minutes. He's kind of got that like whiny kid speaking voice, even though the message is like super great.
Who are we
It's
talking
like, I
about?
can take it for Jordan Peterson.
Is that the Growcast guy? No.
No, he's a
an
brain.
inspirational
No.
speaker.
Yeah.
That's a different Jordan.
Just wrote a
Let me
book.
see. I'll bring some up so you guys.
But he got real famous.
What?
He got real famous because when that stuff was going on in Canada a few years back, where they were trying to make it law that the personal pronouns had to be used.
Right.
And he was speaking out against that because he didn't believe that government should have rule in common speech, and that personal pronouns have changed over time, but it's always been a matter of common speech, and the community kind of changed it as it went. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't force that shit. It just kind of changes with the society, so to speak. So
Right.
but that's where he got real famous, and he's a clinical psychologist and he's a professor in psychology. Before that went down, he had hundreds and hundreds of videos up, and then when that went down, everybody started checking out who he was, and then
He speaks quite a
Here's a
lot
little-
against feminism.
Very inspirational dude. Don't get me wrong. I do listen to him quite a bit, but I usually listen to like Alan Watts and that kind of shit for long periods. But he's just one of those ones that I can only ingest first. And sometimes it's like, I don't know, the stronger the message.
The day manifests itself as a set of challenges and problems, and if you solve them properly, then you stay on the pathway towards that aim, and you can concentrate on the day, and so that way you get to have your cake and eat it too, because you can point into the distance, the far distance, and you can live in the day.
It's for me, I don't know. It's just very
As soon as you put it on there, the funny thing is, as soon as you put it on there, a calmness came over me. So it does the opposite thing for me, I think. It's that Canadian voice. He's very soft and he's very Canadian. It feels like he's going to say A after everything, but he doesn't. No, it's funny. I like that, really.
He sounds like a Muppet.
softly spoken.
No, I like
It's
I've listened to all his books. Actually, the one he's real known for is the 12 Rules for Life. To end chaos or something like that. That's the one where he's kind of got listed out. Like rule number 1's clean your room or something.
Oh yeah, someone recommended that book to me.
Yeah, he's
So
got
the kid on the
called,
skateboard, right? Something like that was one of the rules.
Well, he's got another one called Maps of Meaning, and that one he basically goes through a lot of the Old Testament stories of the Bible, and relates them into the actual psychology of all of us, and how that story actually does depict certain particulars of our psychology. You know what I'm saying, or our understanding of psychology. Because that's one thing that Jordan Peterson's been kind of, I guess, controversial about, is like he's relating that, you know, basically the Old Testament Bible knows things about our psychology that we really didn't learn about until a long time afterward. You know what I'm saying? So like, and he's kind of pointing that out as he goes through what's called the Maps of Meaning. So,
And his friend is Ben Shapiro, who is another brain, but he's a Jewish guy. So those guys have some interesting conversations about religion and psychology, because they come at it from all sides with all brains firing.
yeah, and he's debated different guys too about religion and different things. So,
Did they ever bring up the Anunnaki?
What's that?
Did they ever bring up the Anunnaki?
Yeah, I mean, he talks a lot about other different
there you go.
beliefs and different things. It's not just all. He's not like, that's the thing he's controversial about. Everybody asks if he believes in God, and he doesn't answer the question. And then he does. There's like a 40-minute talk he does when he actually does answer the question, and I honestly respect the guy a lot for his answer, because basically he was like relating it to, like, if you say you believe in God, then that should be reflected in your life. And I don't know that I dare say that I believe in God, is kind of what his answer was. Like, until his life really reflected that, he was kind of like, I don't know, you know what I mean? So it was kind of interesting. He's an interesting guy.
Yeah.
Depends on what your definition of God is too, I suppose.
Well, his would have been the Old Testament version, so that's kind of
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
You better be a little nervous of that guy.
The goat sacrificing kind.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. When you guys think about it, if the Old Testament is real, then they got to be doing sacrifices all the time. I don't think they're doing them anymore.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't believe that Jesus,
I'm sacrificing this.
There you go.
Regular.
If you don't believe that the New Testament, you know, that Jesus is the coming of Christ, and you believe the Old Testament and that God, then you'd have to be doing like live sacrifices quite often, I believe.
I don't know exactly how that works. I will say one thing, because like Jordan Peterson kind of talks about that too, and he was like, you know, we often, like in our day, will make resolutions for New Year's, so to speak, right? But he's like, how committed would you have to be to that resolution to say, I'm going to take my number one prized, you know, for us, what would it be? It would be our favorite cannabis plant, right? It would be whatever one we think we're the most proud of at that point. And
the very best one, no?
Yeah, and like putting that up as your offering or whatever. And he's like, by the time you actually, you know, he was relating it to the mental psychology of how committed you would be to that decision. If you dragged your animal out, built an altar, you know what I'm saying? Cut that.
Yeah. I hear
that's a big commitment to whatever you were saying you were gonna do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
that'd be rough.
It's a sacrifice. You are making a sacrifice, as in, it's not the killing of the thing. You are taking your most prized thing that you really maybe fucking need and going, I'm giving this. That's a sacrifice, you know?
Yeah.
My best shit.
Yeah.
I'll let you get a cut.
And you know what they say too? They say after, well, like some people say, like that's what it was, a big scam with the Pharisees, that after the sacrifices were made, they go collect up all the best shit and have a big party.
Well, that's why. So you guys probably know the story of like, it's the only violent story of Jesus is when he clears out the tabernacle. But that's exactly why that story took place, is because so they were a lot of times referred to as tax collectors, but they're also referred to as money changers. And what they were basically doing is people would bring their sacrifices to the temple. Say it was goats, it could have been figs, it could have been whatever, you know what I'm saying? If they were a grain farmer, it might have been grain, right?
Yep.
But they would bring that offering, and they made a rule in that tabernacle that you had to have a certain style coin and it had to be a certain metal. So all these people were trying to abide by that rule, and they were trading in their offering to get the equivalent coin to go trade at the tabernacle. And then these guys were they were making that coin, and then they would just turn around and sell that stuff, but they were robbing people and they weren't giving them the proper value for the offering. So then they would, you know, I mean, say you brought a goat and it was worth $50 and I give you $5 for it, you know what I'm saying? And turn around and sell it for $50 is basically my understanding of what they were doing in there. And that's why, like Jesus turned the tables over and chased them all out of there with whip, you know what I mean? And
yeah, dude, he beat the shit out of them, man.
Well, I mean, it was the example of righteous anger, I guess, but but that's the only violent story from Jesus's life, for sure.
I don't know, man. Genesis is pretty crazy.
That's not Jesus's life, though.
No, the Jesus part, yeah, you're right.
Anyway.
Damn, man, yeah, that's.
Yo, he threw the demons into the pigs and threw them off the cliff. They went off the cliff after that. That's pretty mean.
He just told them to go. They asked for it.
That's true.
Then
they did what they wanted to on their own. I guess ran off the cliff on their own, right?
He had mercy on them. That'd be a trip too, wouldn't it? Like that, I don't know, that dude ran. He was a wild man, and
wild man.
Yeah, dude. In the minute, the way the story goes, the first step Jesus put down on the sand, this dude comes running. They had him out in caves, and they used to chain him up, and he would break them. And the way he's described is almost like a werewolf. And the dude comes full tilt, just sprinting at him like that. Like, what would you be thinking? This dude comes running at him like that, you know, and he doesn't even flinch. The guy falls right at his phone. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's a crazy story, really, too. Like, wow.
Run up on me, I'm gonna swing first, and we'll talk about it later. I'm sorry.
Yeah, man. Like, because that is what you wanted.
Like, what up, man?
Because that is what you wanted, you know. That's the only reaction you'd expect, to run up on someone. Okay, I'm going to make this guy defend himself, you know. That is the message. That's what a handshake's about. That's what it's all about, you know. All the signs we give, they're about, I'm not going to kill you. Hello. Hello.
Right, there's something
that
about
was that the one with Legion? He asked him what his name was, and it was Legion. Is that one or a different one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
There are many. So then he cast him out of the dude into this flock of pigs. What do you call them? A herd of pigs?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, into a herd of pigs, and then the pigs ran off the cliff.
Is it a herd?
I don't know.
It's not a flock, is it? So
no, it's not a flock. I'll make up my own language. A gaggle. Yeah, a gaggle of pigs, man. It was a gaggle of pigs.
Why do we got to call them all different shit, right? Like,
we'll make up our own language over here in WEedNerdWorld.
A group.
But yeah, so and that brings me to the next point. So there could be people with a legion of demons in them today, man.
Oh yeah, I think there are.
You don't think?
Well, because I see some. I just saw a clip today on scrolling through the IG with someone who's supposedly, well, half that shit is fake, you know.
What are you talking about?
Look at, like, you know, the preacher casts out the demons, or the dude in church.
Yeah,
you guys don't know about church at all, do you? You guys never went to church?
I do.
All right, hey, my Smiley's a churchgoer.
My brother's
Yeah, I went to a
Smiley's
couple-
brother's a preacher, man. I'm sure they have some interesting conversations.
I went to a couple of real churches where they dance in the whatchamacallits, and there's crutches and wheelchairs and stuff attached to the wall because of people that they healed during that were there.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I live in the Bible Belt.
There you go.
That's all
That's
bad.
church on every
That's
corner.
the sinliest part of America is in the Bible Belt.
Yeah, it's cool to drink alcohol. Don't you smoke the devil letter?
Don't you smoke the devil
Yeah,
letters?
what the fuck? And I should trust you? Yeah.
I was thinking like, there's Boss Hog, right?
It can go both ways. Jesus was a good dude, though.
Yeah, humans got in the way, I guess. Catholic Church too.
Money.
I don't even know why we
There's
gotta
a
go
lot of
past the 10 Commandments, honestly. I mean, if you just follow those fucking rules, game over.
So yeah, I had this discussion with my moms. So
But
you know,
you
like
just said, if you just follow those rules, you know.
Well, I mean, there's people, that's the problem, right? We're all a free will. So,
but listen, so like my parents
Yep.
believe that you have to like accept Jesus Christ as your personal savior to get into heaven. And you know, you have to believe in him and the whole John 3:16 thing. So I'm like, so you telling me that like the dudes over in Iraq and Iran, where the people there don't even tell them the name of Jesus Christ. All they know is Allah is God, and that's Muhammad, whatever it is. I don't know. I don't even know what it
Muhammad's
is.
there, yeah.
Yeah,
all-
right. So they don't know who the hell Jesus Christ is. I'm like, so they condemned to go to hell, and pretty much they're like, yeah. And so like, how can that be? If that's God, you know,
It made
if
it
there's
really
a
difficult
just
for
God,
me. Yeah, the
How about-
numbers, that exact question and those
And-
numbers in my head as a child, I was like,
right. And
Really?
another thing, before we came to America, the native Indians didn't even like, there was no Bible on the land. You know what I'm saying? So those native Indians would have to be condemned to hell if that is part. So I
Unknowingly.
believe innately we all know what's right and wrong to a certain extent. Like that's how you know, like when you're a kid, you're doing something wrong. That's what you get. Like he's saying, when your microbiology tells you, man, we shouldn't be doing this. My gut is saying, well, get the fuck out of here before we get in trouble or whatever. But yeah, like there's got to be more to it than
They put a
my parents
clause in
tell me.
there for that. That
Okay.
the people that don't know have never been told, then they're not accountable. It like goes with the whole when
they
they're
can
caught
come
up
in,
in the
yeah.
air, they
Yes,
come out of
yes.
the grave or whatever. Anyway,
They get a free pass.
They were uninformed.
Yeah.
So here's the question that I have to pose then. If this
Go ahead.
is how many times do you if you've probably been through your life and been think about like, why the fuck are we here though? What's the real purpose of me being on this planet? To go to wire up somebody's house? I don't think so, right? There's a reason, you know, and to me that reason, we're here to create and take care and spread love, man, and take care of each other, right? I think that's the purpose we're here. I think that's why if I was God and I made people, I'd say, okay, well, I'm going to give them free will. They're part of me. I took them from me. I made them from me. So let's see if they can all just love each other. And he's probably looking down going, what a bunch of assholes.
But it's described in a parable, like, and I don't understand or claim to know everything, but
I could explain it for you though, Smiley. I know everything.
Well, it's described in a parable, like one of Jesus's parables. He describes the kingdom of heaven as being like a farmer who plants his wheat, and then when all the seeds planted and they go to bed in the night, a thief comes in and plants weeds within all of it. And then as the crop comes up, the workers notice there's weeds among the weeds, and they go and they ask the farmer, should we pull all the weeds? And the farmer tells them no, because if we pull the weeds early, we could take risk of damaging the roots of the wheatgrass. So at the harvest, we'll separate the weeds and the wheat. And that's kind of what his description was. So I don't know what that exactly means, and I don't claim to, but I'm just saying that's the parable that one of
I get it. Okay. Well, I'd have to think about it for a minute, but I see.
Yeah.
And there's another that says that God loves us so much that he's trying to be patient with us and give us time. You know what I'm saying? So there's some of that too. And I don't know how that all plays into it either, but I do know one thing in some.
I think what you're saying is late in the game, you can change your mind. So when you get to the pearly gates, you can be like, so now are you good? Now do you believe? And it's like, yeah. Okay.
Come on in.
I don't know, man. I'm not at all. I don't know. But I would say that like they've shown, there's studies, like psychological studies on kids that actually show that a belief in a creator or a God is born in us, and that atheism is actually learned afterwards. So like everybody's kind of born with that innate. And there's another part in scripture that actually says that God wrote all his rules on our hearts. And if you look through like different communities, there's every community that we know of, in my knowledge, is like murder is bad. You know what I'm saying? Lying is not acceptable. Like certain things in all societies are not acceptable. You know what I mean? It's like,
right, that didn't have the
Don't
10
fuck your
commandments
wife
even.
or your neighbor's wife. Yeah.
No, but listen, back in the Old Testament, I had 10 wives and 1,000 concubines, dude. It was good days back then.
Really? You think having 1,000 wives is a good thing, man? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm struggling with me,
but not wives.
100 wives, 1,000 concubines.
Dude, more than 2 would be way too much. Why?
Oh, yeah.
I'll take girlfriends.
The math on that,
Two
dude.
mods, how about that?
It was Solomon.
Solomon
had
they're
300
bound to
wives.
fucking rally at some point.
Yes.
At some point,
they're gonna
bound
unionize,
to fucking
you know.
rally.
Eagle knows they're gonna unionize on you, and that's it. You're done.
Yeah, it was he had 300 wives and 700 concubines, and I was trying to do the math on that. I'm like, dude, if you had a year program, that's like nailing 3 a day, man. Like that's like, and not
Will
hitting
Chamberlain numbers,
twice.
dude.
Yeah,
That's Will Chamberlain
dude.
numbers there.
Yeah, I don't know.
It
man.
might take a minute, Tal. This is what I know from raising girls. It might take a minute, okay? But once they all sync, once all their time cycles sync,
You're in trouble,
ugly.
bro.
You're in
trouble, bro.
I believe that.
That's funny.
Man, they must have kept them separated.
Speaking of that, Eagle, it was kind of funny. I was watching this documentary on it. It was like an Aborigine tribe out in Papua New Guinea or whatever, right? So they're just living off the land in little huts and shit. Well, their practice was that when women were menstruating, they got sent to a fucking hut that was like a mile down the road, and they weren't allowed to return until they were done and shit. So like, yeah, like they were like, no, you're the fuck out of here, dude. Like, you go stay over there for that shit.
So now the opposite thing happens, man, because here we are in our fucking grow rooms, right? Like, what the fuck? How are you got the rest of the house?
Yeah, you're right.
That's so funny.
which and again, I'm not hating, I'm just fucking kind of laughing along. There was a comedian, I believe it was Sam Kinningston, that said that you can't trust something that bleeds for 7 days and doesn't die.
Yeah.
Oh, very funny.
You can't wear something out that makes its own grease.
Do that.
Oh my.
Something happens.
So for me, just while we were on that topic, I was actually really enjoying it. For me, I can only describe it as energy, not that topic.
I was like, yeah, really?
No, I hate that topic. Yeah, Stoney was like, he said what he said about it. For me, it's an energy thing, and all the stories, that's just window dressing to make humans want to interact with that as a subject. So any specifics are difficult for me. I like hearing it discussed and such, but I'm really new to even having any kind of faith at all. Like a year or 18 months tops. I now am very glued, very connected, but for me, it's just an energy thing. It's there aren't any words around it. Like, we're a sideshow. We're just one of the things that's happening that has energy. And like, just because we're vocal, I don't class us above other energies necessarily, or like, the conversation is all conversation. But I think, for example, with friends like yourselves, if we all sat quietly, I wouldn't be uncomfortable, because like, I know each one of you, and to be good,
Hotheads.
safe people, right? Well, whatever. Okay.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah, but
No, but I believe that the intricacies of the world and the way it operates just couldn't have happened by happenstance. Like, all the minutia that has to be so finely in tune to make us alive and not dead. I don't know.
No, that's a
But I don't-
non-scientific problem, Tal. That's why science. That's why like physicists theorize about multiverses and shit like that, because it's such an astounding fact that there's so many finely tuned details to the universe, to our existence, to everything, man. Like, it's so fucking finely tuned that they couldn't be happenstance. So that's
and
why
there's other
theories.
indicators in my eyes that evolution wasn't it's like almost an impossibility in reality, dude. It was basically these bug things. So some bug fucking somehow takes over the brain of another bug, which it uses like a freaking horse to drive around and fucking do shit. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way evolution figured that shit out. You know what I mean? You don't evolve to that. That's like some crazy, no way, right?
Understand what you're doing to survive right now. Understand that you are building a house, creating food, all the things you're doing to keep yourself alive. That is you basically doing exactly what you just described.
And
so
how about,
I believe there's got to be a fine mix along the way. I mean, you can't totally discredit evolution. It ain't the answer, you know what I mean? But to say we don't evolve as a species, or species don't evolve in time.
No, like I'm saying,
You know they do. That's the thing.
A fish
Yeah.
didn't turn into a bird, though. Like, interspecies
Common
evolve.
descent is what he's meaning.
Yeah, I don't think no bird turned into a fucking. There would be all these half creatures that we find shit around. There ain't enough of that.
Well, even like in the fossil record, Tal, there's different times where, like, so the Cambrian explosion is one of them in the fossil record, and there's like, I forget the numbers exactly, but there's like all but like 4 or 5 of the different phyla that we know of, which are like the major family groups, right? There's like all of them appear at that time except for a few. And like there's another abrupt time. There's like 4 or 5 different explosions where we just randomly, like, we suddenly find turtles. We don't know where the fuck turtles, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know where turtles, how they came about, or what ancestor they had, or like flowering plants. They just appeared.
A ton of shit is assumed when they discuss. I've realized when they discuss evolution, a ton of shit is assumed.
Right.
And the words probably and most likely are used often in like scientific fucking shit.
Dude, every time they take a skeleton out and you see them lay it out, you're like, I don't know. You guys just kind of guessed at that, right? Because, like, you did. These joints seem to maybe we'll go there.
Dude, they've even gone as far as fucking grinding the shit to say that the hips fit a certain way to
right.
Bipedal. So some of that shit's fucked up and bullshit. But the lack of evidence in the fossil record is actually one of the biggest kept secrets in the paleontology world. Like, that's fucked up, man.
Compared to what there should be, there's
up.
not even enough. But so anyway, all that really doesn't matter, right? So let's go back to the reason why we're here on Earth and our purpose and shit, right? That's what Stoney was trying to say. So that all that whatever happened to the past really doesn't. Well, I guess it kind of matters. We can debate that all another day, but the past really doesn't matter. Only what's going to happen in the future now. So I think it comes a point when you're a man in your life where you're like, man, how am I going to leave my mark on this world so that I'll never be forgotten? So you could pop out a bunch of kids, but they could be half fuck ups, and you probably will be, and then your line will be done anyway. So
that'll be on you, though. That'll be on you
true.
From not putting the effort in.
But anything you do, listen to me, anything you do, you're going to be forgotten about. George Washington, eventually, maybe not. There might be a handful of people that their name will live on forever, but like kids today hardly know who the Beatles are. You know what I'm saying? People that were the most famous will be forgotten. But if you could like change if we could plant enough cannabis seed outside.
Is this where you've been going the whole night?
Yeah,
the whole night you've been getting to
if we could get a helicopter with billions of seeds and spread the seed all over America, it'll be like unstoppable, and they'll just be. But we have to have good potent seed so that like when it's growing and you find it full of seed, you can bring it home, you could trim in it and get fucking stupid high because it'll be everywhere. Really good potent fucking.
Fuck that, Tal. We're open pollinating the whole country.
The whole world. We start with this country, and then we go to Canada, and then Mexico, and then Russia. Woo-wee, we're going to Pennsylvania.
This is brilliant. No one's ever thought of this. Write this down, dude.
And that could be like a real thing that could last at least maybe a couple generations before they die out on their own. But yeah, can you really leave your mark forever, ever? Alexander the Great, George Washington, maybe? Will be talked about until.
I think the American one's going to be talked about for quite a while.
Yeah.
You're still going to be alive, Tal. I mean, like, fuck, you got like 600 more years, you know?
As long as there's a couple of amiaceous seeds floating around, maybe they accidentally escape and start a wild population.
Hey, Tal, you say about leaving your mark on the world. This reminds me, I just saw this on the TV about that James Webb satellite that they sent up. And so they brought up the Hubble that it's replacing. And they said that the Hubble telescope can see back into space. I guess you guys understand how that works. When you look in space, you're looking back in time because it was that long ago when the light left those stars. So
right.
They said that the Hubble telescope can see back 13 billion years, and that I guess, I don't know how they know, but they assume that the universe is 13.9 billion or 7. So I guess this new telescope will be able to see there, and they don't know what to expect because that's where the Big Bang, according to scientists, that's when creation began in the universe. So that makes you feel, or I started thinking about all that and about how much a light year is and how expansive the universe is and how it's everything. And I'm thinking we are so minuscule, and when you're just like a blip on a screen, man. And when we disappear, like even if you're remembered on Earth, is that still, it's
remembered?
I mean, that's
pretty weird how you can't think about that shit for too long, though, isn't it? It's pretty weird how there's a block there where it's like, nope.
Yes.
You feel a bit sick now because you thought too much about it.
Because of our time frames of how long we live and like how long we travel. Most of us will never travel more than how many thousands or millions of miles if you fly a lot or something maybe. But when you start thinking in light years, it's just it's too much for like the human mind to really grasp, I would guess, right? Like as far as
it was like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty
So
much.
but it just kind of some of the stuff we was going through brought that up, and that James Webb telescope would be pretty cool. I'm curious to see how long until they actually get that data back.
But it still leaves them 750 million years too late for the Big Bang. I mean, they've come a long way if they can see 15, but they're still like 0.7 short, which is like such a long time period.
Yeah. And I guess this telescope's going to make that up, but who knows when that data will come in. But I just thought that was pretty wild. And like you said, if you think about that, it starts to warp your mind a little bit, but it's interesting.
There'd be some old gray-haired guy giving us the finger.
From 750 million light years away.
Well, so the way they tell that, though, is like by the rate of expansion of the universe now. So there's a couple of different discoveries that came about, but that was actually one of Einstein's biggest known blunders in his career was the
Yeah.
cosmological constant. And what he didn't believe the universe was expanding, and he basically he kind of thought up of a constant that whatever math problem he was doing, I think it was the EMC squared or whatever, but he was kind of doing some of that the math, and that's where he had to come up with a number for the expansion of it. But then I think it was Hubble that actually showed him what they were seeing in their telescope and in cosmology, where they were noticing the expanding universe. So like some of that's just math and basically saying, okay, we see it expanding at this rate now. If we do go backwards in time at that rate, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If it's here and we can rewind the clock, so to speak, it's going to condense at that rate. But there's a lot of guesswork to that too.
Yeah, they were calling that dark matter, I guess, something that expands the universe. They don't really know what it is, but they kind of know it's there. And then they had the Higgs boson and all that crazy stuff. And I really dug. And it's funny that you mentioned the expansion, because that's what drew me in at first, was talking about the light photons traveling through that much space. And as space expands, it does change the photons as it goes. And that's why I can but because we always
telescope. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, we always tell people when we're lighting our tents and shit that photons lose nothing from flying through atmosphere. And when I heard that, I was thinking that goes against something that I learned about photons. Well, when I was listening, I was like, this doesn't really equate, because they're talking about it traveling over millions of light years, and the universe expands as it's traveling. And then they were mentioning, like, if you see something, say 10 light years away versus 20 light years, the one that's further away is actually moving away from you at a faster rate than the one that's closer. And so there's like a lot of algebra equations, like you were saying, that go into that expansion. And it was wild, man. I really got into it. And I ended up watching a lot of that science shit. And I get into more than I can absorb, but it's pretty interesting.
Right. And that's where like the new telescope is going to be able to see a different range of light, the light spectrum. So like it has to be so cold too. Like they have to shield it from the sun so that it's like negative 50 degrees or some shit, because it's trying to pick up the most subtle of fucking electromagnetic waves. But yeah, they're hoping to be able to see more than what we were with the Hubble. As far as
did you see some of these people looking through different wavelengths and seeing different shit floating around?
What's that?
You know, man, I don't know. All that, you know, it's kind of crazy. How do they know all of that shit? But yet we have shit sitting here on this planet that was built thousands of years ago that I know that today, like pyramids, dude, let me tell you what, those fucking blocks that they cut and how they put them in place, we do not have equipment that could do that. I know that for a fact. I built fucking skyscrapers in Chicago, so
yeah, the one monolith's like 40,000 tons or some shit.
Dude, there's, I mean, you look at the size of these blocks, dude, and listen, man, and these fuckers lined everything up to correlate with stars and all this shit. Now, they didn't have Hubble telescopes and shit, but somehow they have information about what's going on up there. And I don't know that they could just look in that fucking sky and be like, well, we'll just say that looks like this and that's that. And then someone just start putting it together. Because as humans, we like to share our information, but we want you to take that as gospel. And we don't want you to question it or add to it. Right. So how did all these guys just start getting along all over and in places that, you know, on the other side of the world, they're doing the same thing a little differently, but basically everything's lining up with these stars.
The Orion thing, right? The 3 stars.
Right. So if these guys are all over the world back then when no one had cell phone, there was no way they can even talk to each other or do anything, but yet they're all doing the same shit. So they all got their information from somewhere. And this was before Bibles and everything else, right? So that's where I'm like, and that's not me questioning, is there a God or anything like that? There's a God. We have a maker, period. That's the end of the story. How or whatever your perspective is on what he is, you know, nobody knows, again, that either. Till you die, you ain't gonna know shit.
Yeah, because even if you believe in the Anunnaki came and created us, someone had to create the Anunnaki.
Well,
You know what I'm
that's
saying? No matter
well,
what, it
they're
had to start from. That's the God where everything started from. It had to start from
well, isn't
somewhere.
that okay? Right. So going back with the Sumerians, right? So that stuff was all. There's more than one God though. There's a whole bunch of gods, and they fight each other, and they try to consume the other. And if you can if one God can consume the other, then he becomes more powerful.
But
So it's
where-
almost like a race war, the way I kind of perceive it. My
but
perception is that a race war, and we're going to be the rulers of the universe, you know. And
Who
I
made
don't know,
those
man.
gods?
Hey, how about
Like,
the
what
other end? How about
Where'd
the
those
other end
gods
of
come
the,
from? Sorry, Smitey.
No, I was thinking like one thing he mentioned was that like all the ancients looked to the skies and they all knew different things. But one thing I never hear mentioned is the ancients never were told about microscopic shit. Like they never, as far as I know, like I never hear about them referencing like just say, like all like the standard model is particle physics, and that's like the most complete scientific theory ever made by man. It's been proven so many times, the standard model. And now they've introduced the neutrinos. They had a piece that was missing. So like I'm thinking all these ancient cultures never brought anything like that. Maybe that's where the answer lies, in theoretical physics or particle physics. And when we get smart enough to actually get answers to some of the questions, maybe that's where it'll lie. Maybe it isn't in the stars, or maybe it's a combination of the both or something. But it really stimulates your thinking. But I agree. We were raised with as a Christian family, and at 12 years old, my mother gave us a choice to go to church or not go to church. I decided not to go. And I sometimes wonder if that was a bad decision or a good decision based on things that happened between then and now. But as far as like the cussing and all that, we never used the Lord's name in vain, or you would definitely get backhanded. And to this day, it stays with me. I try not to cuss in front of women or children, or any kind of professional setting, or even like on here. Sometimes I think I'll catch myself and apologize. And it's not that I don't know, some people call that soft or whatever, but it's just ingrained in me of how I am. And it is what it is. But I do believe in some sort of a higher power. I don't think any of this is an accident. So, but I just don't know if it's, I don't want to be blasphemous. I just don't know sometimes. I sometimes want to, I'll pray over my food, but then I wonder, like, what am I really doing here, man? Do I really believe in this and shit like that? Then I start to question stuff. And, so I think a lot of us struggle with that same kind of stuff,
I gotta,
Yeah.
this is something I want to say here. Have you guys ever looked into like so in mathematics and geometry, there's the normal 3 dimensions. That's like our normal world, right? But like they can prove a 4th dimension in math, and they've actually kind of developed some models of how that would look. But the way it was described is like seeing it through a shadow. So like if you were to hold up a 3-dimensional object, the shadow that it casts is going to be a 2-dimensional object, right?
Right.
So in a 4-dimensional world, if you were to hold up a 4-dimensional object, it would cast a 3-dimensional shadow. You know what I'm saying? And it is just kind of a trip to think that, we've got these ideas that there's obviously something greater than the world we see and than what we know. But if that was perceived as a different dimension, then that would be kind of a similar fashion to where, like, if we were to be viewing a being that was in a 2-dimensional world, they would be like Paper Mario or whatever. It would be like drawn like that, So a 4-dimensional being viewing our world could be almost similar to that, to where, like, they'd see all and be able to pick out all. Just like you wouldn't be able to hide if you were in a 2-dimensional world. You wouldn't be able to hide anything from a being that's viewing it in a 3-dimensional world. You know what I'm saying? Like you could draw. You'd think you'd put a box around whatever you're trying to hide, but it would, no matter what, it would only be in 2 dimensions. In the 3-dimensional world, it would always be viewed. You just, you know what I mean? The person in the 3-dimensional world would just see a box with ball hidden in the inside or whatever, where in two-dimensional you'd see a wall. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. That's you really opened up. This has been a pretty stimulating conversation here the last couple hours. It really got me thinking outside the box, and I'm putting a lot of pictures in my head from listening to you. So I do see what you're saying. That's wild shit.
Yeah.
I think there's just, I think deep inside you kind of know there's something. You know what I'm saying? I think that's why you struggle with it, because your conscious mind can't wrap around it, but subliminally, or
Right.
It's
even
intuitive.
subconscious.
Yeah,
I
it's
know there's
absolutely
somebody.
intuitive.
I just know. I don't even question that. That's.
Well,
I mean, come on.
it's a lot like looking at a building or a car. You don't assume that just happened. You know what I'm saying? And the complexity of life is far beyond that. To me, it's
that's
an
what I'm
intuitive
saying.
thing. It's absolutely intuitive. But I suppose
It's tough to think that you could just like every day get up, be a hard worker, a genuinely good dude, try to help people if you get a chance to, you know, whatever. And as long, if you don't accept a certain person, then you're doomed for eternal hellfire and damnation. That's hard to wrap my head around as like a realist. But like
So,
you guys said, you know,
let me-
I also understand though that this all wasn't just created by accident. But that's kind of like where some of my shit lies. But I don't know.
So just let me put it in a different perspective though. So if we have free will, and that's, I don't know all the extent of what that would involve, but I do know like in my belief, which is the Bible, it says that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. It doesn't say anything about hell. And I think hell comes later, and that's actually our own creation. You know, we make that because that's our choice to have a life without any God. And I think that free will extends far enough, because I've heard people even say, well, if God wants everybody to know who he is, why does he make himself so elusive, you know, and hard to find? And I think that it's because he's allowing us to have a free will. You know what I mean? There has to be that free will allowed, because you don't. So if I was, say, like somebody that was super rich and I owned whatever, I had a bunch of money, and I wanted to know that there were people that genuinely loved me for me, how would you go about finding that out? You know what I'm saying?
Right. It would devalue it if everybody just had a free pass. You know, you have to seek it out, is kind of what you're saying, maybe.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just you to allow for free will, you would have to allow for there to be a non-believer. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we'd just be
Another
robots.
choice.
Like poof, we'd just be
Gotcha.
robots. You know what I mean?
Right. Good stuff. Thanks, Smiley.
Well, I don't know. We're just kind of put here, and he just kind of is like, okay, you're on your own. You can do what you want. I'm going to put the memory of me in you. So you're going to know that I'm here. You're going to know that there's somebody or something, right? But now it's up to you to, you know, he just allows you, your brain to, your soul to, you know, that's the thing too, you know, like our brain and our souls, it's weird because our soul's what drives, it gives us the power. It's who we really are. We're just energy. Your brain and your body is just the vehicle to get your soul around this planet.
Well, they've shown that too, that cognitive, like brain activity happens. So there's the idea of like, we're just a brain. That's the material part of our physical body, right? But they've shown that there's cognitive activity that can actually happen outside of just the material part of the brain. So like the idea that we're something more than just the physical is actually kind of shown there. So the one that comes to mind is where they split your brain is in two halves, and there's a connector, and I don't know all the names, but there's a surgery for a certain type of illness where you have like migraines, and or seizures, I think it is, and they can cut that connection between the two halves of the brain. And originally there was a lot of controversy over that, what would be the end result, because you know, if you're only the physical part of your brain and we sever this into two halves, are you going to be like two people? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you going to fucking be schizophrenic or some shit, but they'd noticed that the brain still functioned the same way. There were some differences and little different reactions, but for the most part, the people functioned really normally afterward. And it wasn't, two people and crazy shit.
Wow.
Maybe they hid the other person while smiling.
Yeah, it might be.
Well, I kind of look at our brain, right? So it's part of our physical body. We didn't choose it, right? It's kind of like when I go to work or something, they say, okay, here, you take this lift, and this guy's going to take that lift. They both do the same things. They look pretty much identical. They're not, but they look very similar. They have 4 wheels. They go up and down, But the controls, the brain of that is just they're different, You press this button to go up, that one you don't, you press that button to go down. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like you get put into this body and there's your controls, and now you're trying to fucking figure out these controls. But these controls seem to be almost AI. Like it has already a built-in mind of its own. It's already got its own set of rules and it's doing its own thing. And, it's got one thing in mind, is to take care of the physical being, which is what we're most conscious of all the time. We're worried about getting hurt, worried about being uncomfortable, being comfortable, hungry, feeding ourselves. So your brain's all taking care of that body.
About nothing.
It just happens.
I don't get paid enough to worry. Yeah, have a cookie. No, but
he's not married and he doesn't have any children.
I learned from other people's mistakes. I don't even have a puppy dog, man. I wish I had a puppy dog. But
that's the hardest one. When you can do the others, then you should get the
But no, it's way better. Well, anyway, didn't they somehow measure like the weight of a soul?
Yeah, but they couldn't get it consistent. It was only less than
some
a grain,
souls,
something, a couple tenths of grain.
Some souls probably wouldn't be as big as some other souls. I mean, mine weighs heavy on my my lower abdominal region because it's such a big soul.
I saw that episode. They were trying to say there's like a theory behind that there's only so much energy in the universe or some shit. You can't take away or add to it. You can exchange it, but the sum of the whole must be preserved. So they want to know where that energy goes, and because that's what they were calling the soul, like an energy. They were like putting dead people on a scale right as they were dying. I saw that.
I believe it. Yo, listen. So I think it even says it in the Bible somewhere. There's nothing new under the sun. That's how there's a Rasta song says that we're all reincarnated because there's nothing new under the sun. But I don't know. That's not in the Bible anywhere, really, that we are reincarnated souls.
No, it's not.
But if there's nothing new under the sun, because that is a Bible verse somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know.
Context.
So Skittles is not new then, man.
That's right. They had that in Bible times.
Yeah, apparently.
Everything that's old is new again.
It was just called Grape Stomper back then.
Yeah.
We took that and fucked that all up and changed it around on them.
Hey, did everybody?
They were taking pounds and putting it in the buckets and swinging it around all on fire and shit. They went way harder than we ever thought about. We just passed a little joint.
Did you hear Kyle's voice change when he started talking about planting seeds over the whole world? He was deep in it, man. He like went somewhere else there for a little bit.
Fucking sound like Barry White there for a minute.
God damn it. What up, Johnny? I don't think he can hear us.
Johnny can see you there. He was on the other screen.
Cheers, Johnny.
Cheers, Johnny.
He might not be hooked
Happy
up to
New
his
Year,
audio
Johnny.
yet.
He didn't hear a word you said.
Nah, he's struggling with something.
I like his stuff in the background, though.
Cheers, time to smoke. I got deep
Oh
there.
shit, 3409.
909.
I didn't even get into frequency yet and all that stuff. And like how when in the Bible version, God speaks things into being, and all the things created are spoken into being. And then we figure out that there's like all these frequencies and vibration to everything. It's kind of,
It's true. They took down the walls of Jericho with the right frequency.
kind of a trip too.
And they found.
What's the frequency, Kenneth?
I say that to people sometimes.
What's the frequency, Kenneth?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. You know, in the big scheme of things, I don't think it's too far fetched to say that if there was an intelligent mind behind everything that wanted to personally get to know each and every one of us, how would you go about doing that? You know what I mean? So, and I don't know. I mean, that's maybe some of the argument too, is like, is there, I know there's deists that believe like, you know, there is a creator God, but he's not like personal and he's not interacting in your world, so to speak. He just set everything in motion and that's kind of how it goes or whatever. But I don't know, man. I mean, why wouldn't you want to know your creator? I don't know. It'd be like, I think of it almost like my kids, you know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't you want to, like, even if you had a kid that, you know, was with a woman you're not with or whatever, in my mind, I would still want to know them and stuff, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but if you were
me, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, if you were breeding thousands of blue Kentucky grass blades, you wouldn't be able to know each and every one of those blue Kentucky grass blades. If you had 10 marijuana plants, I get to intimately know some of my marijuana plants, but yeah, you know what I mean, Smiley? If there's
I do, yeah.
Yeah, field of grass. There's no way you're gonna intimately know all those blades of grass.
But see, if I was not bound by time, I could.
True.
But the thing I'm doing some work on at the moment is actually not knowing yourself and watching yourself and listening to yourself as if you were someone else. Like, and so you're saying, you know, spend time to, but it's such a big thing because, well, I suppose you just killed it off by saying if there's any amount of time, I can do it. But for sure, like,
erase yourself.
Everything you think is not who you are. No, you're not. Everything you think, that's not, every thought is not you. That's just some things coming in and going out. You is the person who decides if truly that's what you think. But it couldn't be every thought. Otherwise, you could never have a conversation with yourself because you'd just be telling yourself truth, 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 truth. And it's like, well, I have spent some of my time doing that, and that is not alive.
Yeah, but from the outside, Green 13, we don't know what you think. You are what you physically act your body to do. In reality, that's really what you are, right?
That's what you're held accountable for.
There you go.
Your actions.
But wait, no, isn't there there might be some sin of thought there, right?
But I'm not talking about what you think. I'm talking about what I think of me. So It doesn't matter about.
Right. Well,
yeah,
like
carry
I
on
said,
anyway.
To find true Zenism, you must not think of yourself at all. You must erase yourself.
Right. That's going to be difficult. Yeah. Is that the deal, is it? It's all external.
Yeah. When you have no ego and don't even consider yourself an entity.
Then you're there.
Then you have achieved.
So
if you'd said this 2 hours ago, we wouldn't have had to talk about all this shit. So you just have to basically.
It's that simple.
So here's another perplexing thing is the whole idea of inspiration. So like I've had ideas that came to me, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they were and people would describe that as they've been inspired because they came within you, you know, from inside you or whatever. but where does this inspiration come from? You know what I mean? Like how does that get put in your head? Like, you see what I'm going with that. Like, I don't know.
I do see where you're going with it. And I also have things to think about that I haven't thought about yet. And I'm like, I don't think about that yet. It's not time. And that sort of links with that. It's like, I'll find that bit out about myself in a bit when I need it, kind of thing.
Now here's the funny thing,
like
man.
inventions, like the computer, how the floppy disk was invented was the guy was meditating and it came to him. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but the
What's
key
up,
thing,
brother?
though,
Happy New Year.
Yeah, I keep hearing though time. You know, it's always time, and if you really think about it, time has been the number one enslaver that man came up with. Because the reality is, why would you need to know what time it is? Let's say back in the day, other than it's gonna be day and night. You would follow the time cycles of the year, but you see the changes happening if you live somewhere where big changes happen, right? But it's been time. Because when you take time out of the equation, when you don't worry about time anymore, your life is completely different, man. The world is completely different.
It's timeless.
I lived a moment where time was not. It didn't matter if it was Saturday, Sunday. It didn't matter if it was 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. It didn't matter if it was 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. I should say.
That was almost half of last year. Yeah, but it didn't matter. That's the important part. It didn't matter whatsoever.
It still
But I was freely able to go places. You were trapped in the house. There's a difference. That's like being in jail. So
the only amount of time you need to know is for farming. You needed to know
right, but you know what time the sun comes up. I mean, we have that internal.
You needed to know what time you weren't going to get eaten.
That would be would be your only half day. I guess you would measure your time in what, days, weeks, months, and not in minutes and hours.
Stoney,
Right,
dude.
but
What
you're
about
not held
420,
accountable for
man?
time.
What about 420? Explain that. Come on. What's up, Monty?
All right, I'm
What's up, Johnny?
I'm not the deep guy here. I'm just throwing out the shit there. I'm creating topics for you.
You totally are, though, dude. You totally are. So don't say you're not.
I'm living in a basement. I don't know shit. Okay.
Living in a basement, hiding from my women.
Right. Honestly, I think anybody that's claiming to know is actually the one that's full of shit. And I throw that out to the scientists that say they're claiming to know for a fact how everything went. They're full of shit. And if you really look into the details of what they're claiming to know, we don't know as much as they claim ever. I've never found where they know as much as people brag about,
Yeah, well, you're fully satisfied with
if you really look into it, they don't fucking know that. So
nobody was there, dude. Nobody was there. So there's no, it's all
speculation,
circumstantial. Yeah, circumstantial speculation.
I think you believe something no matter what. That's the truth of it.
As soon as they learn one thing, they realize, wait, we need to figure 10 more things out to really understand it. And then it just keeps getting deeper and deeper, it seems, when it comes to science. But I guess it's always evolving.
And then they find something that they believed was factual.
Yeah.
It was BS.
Yep. I guess we do the best we can with all our inputs, right?
That's it.
Until the scientists start lying to us blatantly.
No, science will never lie, right?
Yes, but scientists will.
The data doesn't lie, but the interpretation of the data is what
can be manipulated easily.
Yes.
You think that boxers and American footballers and baseball, you think those are ego people? Scientists, those are ego people, man.
Absolutely, dude. That's funny.
Because we're all
show me the white paper on that one.
Wasn't there it said that
Good morning, Johnny and Modern. Sorry.
Oh, Modern dropped in.
Happy New Year, Modern.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys.
To both of you guys.
Yeah, sorry, Johnny. What were you
saying? Hope everybody's
Johnny.
New Year is going to be great.
Did you guys hear me?
Yeah, man.
Go ahead.
Love, brother.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, anyways, yeah. What's up?
What's up?
Happy New Year.
Great to see you, Eagle.
Good to see you, brother. Thank you for popping on. How was your fourth? I've been trying to ask everybody, but we've missed a few.
Yeah, I stayed inside. I didn't do anything. I stayed out of the trouble because before the night even began, there was a couple of murders out on the strip. So I said, "Fuck that shit."
You don't want to get caught, right?
No.
Stay inside after that.
No, he was like, "I'm sick of killing people. I'm going home now."
That's it. Yeah, he doesn't want to get caught.
I'm done.
Crazy.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, so I popped beans and transplanted and put them into soil, and so that's what I did.
Nice, man.
Yeah,
I even got
I got me an avocado today so that I can put an avocado in my worms.
Good deal. Happy 420.
Oh, 420. Cheers, peoples.
Yeah, cheers
Ready.
to that.
Cheers.
I'm not even.
So your worms like guacamole too, huh, Johnny?
I have no idea.
Oh.
This is
like
the first time I'm eating them, so we'll find out.
I like leaving the seed in it. I like leaving the seed in it because there's something about that. The fucking worms, they don't eat it, but like when all the guacamole, so to speak, is gone, they'll still be in there fucking around that seed for whatever reason.
Well, it's probably giving off something.
But they never eat it. It's still like there when they're done.
Maybe there's
Just
something
eat
just
the
leaking on
stuff
the
that
seed,
grows
some
on it.
nutrients or something for them.
The harvesting
Yeah.
bacteria growing on it.
You know, that they can just slide
There-
against.
There is something
Enjoy.
about the seed too, because like if you make guacamole, say for like a party the next day, I did just know this from my mom, but you like leave the seed
Store
in
it
the
in the-
guacamole in the fridge, and it won't turn brown as long as the seed's in it.
Check this out. It's so warm, and my worm bin's gone mad. Look at this.
Oh yeah. Gee.
Never mind guacamole. Look at them.
I
They're
thought
all
that was
like,
a lasagna.
what the
Holy
fuck's going
shit,
on?
dude. There's a
That's
lot of fucking
crazy.
worms, dude.
Dude, and there's way more than that because when you open the top, they all run away. And then I was like, quick, get the camera.
The little white ones are gross. I don't know why it is, but the little white ones are gross as fuck to me. The
Dude,
red
I
regulars I
got
don't mind, but the
maggots.
little white ones gross me out. Why would that be?
That's a picture
look
of just the
like
white
maggots.
ones. Look, they're tiny, all down the edge. There's just fucking billions of them. Fucking grim, right? Potworms, they're called.
Yeah, at a certain point that gets kind of gross, like the whole like black soldier flies and the mealy bugs or whatever. Like I couldn't handle it, dude. I couldn't, man.
Like it in the bag.
Yeah, I'll do that. But I don't know. You just watch a video on like black soldier fly composting. Like I'll shout out to St. Bernard's because like I don't know how the fuck he stomachs that shit.
I saw him eating a bagel. Yeah.
It is pretty cool though, like the little
disappears.
setups that they have for like chicken coops and shit. You could throw. I've seen a bin where you like throw all your shit in there, and then there's something about the larvae like fucking crawl out of it or somehow. But it basically has these pathways that all the larvae when they hatch they climb out and they fall to get eaten by the chickens or whatever. So it's like an automatic like chicken
feeding system.
Yeah, dude,
that's cool,
bionic relationship.
And then just take their shit and dump it back in the top again.
Yeah, I don't know.
Soylent Green, dude.
They
We'll
eat
be
everything
eating
though. Like you can throw all kinds of stuff in there.
It's 2022, dude. We'll be eating ourselves. We don't even know it. The people from the fourth dimension are feeding ourselves to ourselves.
So it just hit me the other half of the recipe of the eye burn that you see here. So somebody asked me earlier if I'd been in a scuffle or whatnot. This is actually from I've been having a fire around the house, heating the house with fucking wood, It's been super fucking dry in here. Between that and smoking weed is a nasty recipe for contact.
Yeah.
So I've been fucking wetting these fuckers constantly, but I've also, as I smoke a lot of weed, and I've talked about earlier with Jack, I am fucking swimming in seeds right now. So every joint I roll, I'm picking through, you know what I mean? Crumble, crumble, looking for seeds. And then I'm taking it straight to the fucking eye as I hit the drops. And
Oh, yeah.
You can tell us the truth, Eagle. Your old lady just punched you in the eye.
Right. Second time you've made an excuse. Second time. Third time, we're going to send somebody to come find you.
Fess up if it was very close to the face.
So you guys remember that little volunteer bud I had?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I took that down a little the other day, and it dried up, and I smoked some of
You know
it.
who that is?
Shit, man, that stuff is good.
Yeah, like what?
Well, it's definitely got the puckerberry knockout flavor, but there's something else behind it that is just insane good.
The funk.
And I can't remember what it is. It's got to be the mix of the blueberry cheesequake, I'm sure.
Dude, Johnny, I'm smoking that shit right now. I mean, yeah, that's what it is. That shit gets me fucking one of them anyway. I got two. I got one I call it
I think that's
AKB by CQ1, and the other one I just ended up calling yellow because basically when I did the run, I put color-coded zippy ties on them so I could know the mother and match it up with the plant. You know what I mean? And that was the yellow. And I remember, because like I'm a burnout. I'm freaking a stone 24/7. Like green is no good, yellow is better. So anyway, I ended up calling it yellow, and that's this one, and it gets me so freaking stoned. Yeah, and it tastes so fucking good, and it was done in 9 weeks. That's like, because I miscalculated, and because I cut it down, like, man, this plant is done. I'm like, I gotta take it. And I thought it was only 8 weeks, but then when I looked back, I put it in the calendar, and it was 9 weeks. It was actually 8 weeks and like 4 days. And but yeah, it gets me fucking stoned, and I love the way it tastes. I babbled on, sorry.
Your aura yellow. Well,
I'm stoned right now.
Hey man, I tell you,
yellow.
Oh, go ahead, Eagle. I'm sorry.
I was gonna ask him, do you think your aura is yellow? As you smoke your yellow cannabis, does it make your aura yellow? Happy and yellow.
Got a golden glow.
Flora loves my aura. So does a sister Dora.
Better than a golden shower.
What do you got there, Smile? I mean, Stoney?
I got, this was from the clones I took from the Mendo Gilly testers.
There you go.
And these came out a little bit better. I was able to control my environment. And this shit here, boys, is fucking fire. I don't throw many, like, you should get this, you should get Mendo Gilly, man.
All right.
It's very narcotic. It's very citrusy, gassy, but it's got it. I mean, dude, there's times where I'm like, did I just smoke weed or take some mushrooms? Because you get spacey, like you forget where you are. You're like, what the fuck am I doing? It's that kind of weed, man. So I had a bunch of people yesterday over at Larry's. We jammed. If you guys saw Caribou, we were on there hanging out with those guys, and
yeah, that was bad.
We had a bunch of people over, and I brought over 5 different things. I had platinum garlic. I had a gelato crossed with sunset sherbet, platinum garlic, and all of it's really good, right? And then I had this, and everybody was smoking on it, and they just devoured the bag of this shit that I brought. Wow. Everyone was like, dude, this shit is great. So
that's how you do a test bag.
What's it like, dude?
See which one
This
disappears.
it's got very citrusy. It kind of, I got lemon Jeffrey too. So, and they kind of have a very similar smell to me. I'm not the greatest person to be talking to about all the taste and smell shit.
Yeah, but
what I get the most is like a lemon citrus with some, like, I don't know if it's gas or like turpentine kind of smell. You know what I'm saying? It's got some chemical smell to it.
Yeah, chemical. Yeah.
Did you grow out the jelly bean, Stoney?
What's that?
Did you grow out the jelly bean ever?
No, I've got seeds. So that's how I even got to know her. That I was looking for jelly bean. I remember smoking it years before, and I loved it. And once I found that she was around and was making it or had it, but she didn't have feminized at the time, and I was looking for feminized because of my plant count and all that. So I was like, all right, that's cool. And she's like, well, check back. I should have them in the spring. I started talking to her in the spring, and then she just sent me these and said, do you want to test for me? And, I like what you're doing. And I'm like, all right. So I tested these, and then she sent me the jelly bean like a month or so ago, and I just popped them. So I got jelly bean, and then she sent me some jelly glue, citral glue crossed with jelly bean.
Cool, dude.
Yeah, I
It's
think
cool
we're
to
gonna
see. Yeah, it's cool to see the parent lineage with it.
Yeah, she gave me both Regs and the S1 jelly beans. So actually, the S1 jelly beans I'm running are testers. I didn't know that they were testers. She's like, oh, yeah, well, those are testers. I'm like, well, you didn't say they were testers. I just thought you were like, here, there they are, You're asking like over a year ago for these things.
Dude, I know when weed's good is when you like smoking it and either you stand up or even if you don't, sometimes you just like, you got to hold on to something. Otherwise, you're going to be like, not sure. You're going to be fucking standing up still.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of shit, sometimes where you take those hits and when you exhale, it's like your fucking brain just like, you're ready to drop to your knees almost. That's what it's like hitting on this shit, man. It's pretty fucking crazy.
That's what Willy Wonka would make, a joint that like every hit get you there. And
right.
It'll stay there, everlasting joint.
Or one that floats you through the ceiling.
There you go. Does both.
Tony, did you say that was Mendo Jilly?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Mendo Perps crossed with Jelly Bean. She just actually released it beginning of December to the public.
She's been doing a lot of nice stuff. I've been seeing a lot of kick-ass looking shit coming out of hers.
I think she's bringing the Vortex back and some other stuff. But I know she's reviving some stuff, I guess. Is it going to be the same? I don't know.
No, but whatever. She's obviously skilled at selecting. So.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
I like
she's
it.
been there from day one. I'd rather see it come out of Miss Jill's camp than the Dank. I'd be honest with you. If anybody's got any rights to resurrect fucking Vortex, it's her.
Shout out to parent lineage. I'm gonna smoke some of this monkey bread, which is that platinum cake times grease monkey, and it is fire and sticky as the fucking day is long.
That grease monkey's good too, man.
Kind of has
sounds like a good course.
rubber smell.
Yeah,
I got
what it smelled like. Does it carry a garlic at all or not?
Pine, right?
No.
Pine. I got. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I've got a cross too. It's a Slippery Susan from Exotic Genetics. It's a what is it? Something the cream. It was one of his award-winning ones, and it's crossed with the Grease Monkey, but it's got like a lemon pine saw fucking smell to it.
Everything has fucking lemon bullshit.
I guess it's got a little bit of lemon in it. It's got more of like a burnt rubbery or like a electrical fire. Like if you ever smelled like windings burning on a motor type light, though it's not terrible. It's not real funky.
Dude, that's the platinum cake by the Greasy Monkey that you were just talking about. That's what it smells like.
Mhm.
I had a plant
Yeah.
that was like that. It's like a, but
From
it smelled like a
ABC Co.
rubber on fire, tire on fire. But all right, I got a question. So, Smiley or anybody, what do you guys know? Like, cause the chocolate ties that I got a couple in flower now. That's what actually I was showing the pictures of. It's the resin is like smeary, greasy, like I don't know, not greasy, but smears. It's not like because I touched the plant. I fucking manhandled it a little bit. Sorry. What difference is that from other resin that's like not like that? That's what I'm used to, the other shit.
How far in flower are they?
4 weeks, 5 days.
I'd say underdeveloped trichomes, maybe. I don't know.
No, you know, like
Some
how
plants have grease to them, though. I've seen that.
yeah, some
I know
like
you don't
butter.
want to press that shit. Like if you try to press that and get rosin from it, it's not. It doesn't do well.
Right, that's what I was getting at. It has different qualities than other kind of resin.
Yeah, I had this bad girl in the summer. I grew out from 2020 Mendocino, and that was really greasy and like oily looking, almost like it was like just smeared across the leaves, and I mean, it had trichomes, but still, it was just more of an oilier. Wasn't like the sticky. It was more greasy, sticky.
Yeah.
You heard where they take that and put it in a freeze dryer and freeze dry the actual material and then dry sift that and then use that to press to get the oily.
Right.
That's
I
it.
think
Have
it
you
would
done
be.
that before?
Is it real strong smelling, Tao? Because I don't know, like in extract when they separate, like I don't know how exactly, but the BHO ones, they'll separate if you leave them sit like in a jar, and the top little layer is, the guys always tell me, is the terpenes.
Terpenes. Yeah, it is.
If it's a real thick layer, they're like, holy shit, and it's like, but yeah, I wonder if the greasier ones are more terpene or whatever.
I've always equated when I make bubble anyways, they crease with a guaranteed full melt hash. Always, anytime I get that sticky bag, I know I'm going to get a full melt 90 hash out of the fucking.
But you're probably going to get a small amount, Eagle?
Oh, no. That shit tends to stick real well. It's just a bitch. The only bitch about washing those types of strains is the slowness of the bag. You know what I mean? That bag greases up just like the hash does. Especially the more you work it, you're better off in an instance trying to make hash with a material like that.
Use like one bag.
And then a cold fucking material in a cold area using a cold rinse to where you're not even scooping at all, to where you're letting that cold water push the trichomes together, and then you pull off that puck. Because every time you scoop at that with a fucking spoon or whatever,
into the holes, right?
Yeah. Then you're definitely, it's soaking bags in between. You might as well be working with 3 or 4 fucking 45 bags just to keep your process going.
The way I did it with Frenchie, after every time you run it through, you rinse out each bag with alcohol and rinse it underwater again, and then put it back into the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, Eagle. The best, I'll tell you what, the best bubble hash I ever had was last year. I did it out in the garage with the doors open. It was like 15 degrees outside, and nothing stuck in those bags. It was great, and everything drained properly. I mean, you still have to wait. The last bag there, you're going to wait a bit, but. Man, yeah, it was a game changer though. But the thing is, you're gonna freeze your ass off doing it.
Oh, I'm getting ready to fucking make some hash outside. It's a fine line though. It's really a fine line because it's gonna be cold the next couple of weeks, and it's fun to work out there, but it gets to a point to where it's too cold to actually work out there. I make it ice. My fucking Lexi laughed at my ass today because usually when I fucking make hash, I like to make my own ice cubes. If I only in a pinch do I buy the store bought. If fucking shit goes too fast, I don't necessarily. It's just pricey as well. $5 for 22-pound bag. Fuck, I go through fucking 20 of those bitches easy on a fucking good hash night. So I prefer to make my own fucking cubes. And I've started the process today, but usually entails the fucking freezer right outside this wall. And I've enlisted everybody in the house. You see these cubes, fucking there's usually a bag in there, a fucking empty them off into the bag and refill these fuckers for me. But as late, freezer's kind of full.
It's funny
right
that you
now.
said that because that's what I did last year. So when I did the garage thing, I didn't have to make a ton of ice. You know, I just make enough ice just to fill that machine up one time, really, because it's 15 degrees, nothing's melting. So if anything, what I was having problem with, shit was freezing in there and I didn't have to break it up, you know. But so I made my own ice cubes. I went and got a bunch of at the time I didn't have an RO system. So I was going to the Menards over here and they sell 3-gallon boxes of distilled water. So I forgot how many boxes I bought, but I remember it was a week and I went in and bought like 8 boxes every day for a week. And I had them all stacked up in the garage. I made a bunch of ice cubes and then fill up this barrel that I have with the water and just let it sit in there. And yeah, I was breaking that up. It was kind of getting frozen. And while I was doing the process,
Lexi was laughing at me today because being the cheap fucker I am and being the freezer is somewhat full that I can't just leave a bag in there. I did kind of what you're saying. I took the fucking process outside. I was walking outside today with baking sheets stacked with ice cube trays and was setting them outside because I had looked at the forecast and it's going to be under freezing for the next week. So as they fill up, it's the same thing. It's just outside. I've got a container. I'm just and then walking back in with the fucking baking trays.
Fucking easy peasy, right?
Yeah, you got your freezer unlimited space.
I got
Johnny,
we're
the
looking at you, shaking her head.
Johnny in the summertime, you go outside in the morning, crack an egg on a rock, fry it up, and never have to fire up the stove.
It seems like a lot of people are waiting to do hash right now. Even in the chat, I see a couple of people saying they've been waiting for the cold. I got I got quite a few different bags in my freezer. Every time I get a frozen pizza out or something to put in the oven, it smells like dank all through the kitchen and shit just from the pizza box. So that makes me think that I'm losing my terps in there, man. I got them in brown paper bags. So what do you store yours in the freezer?
Plastic, double layer. The actual worst thing is you're making your fucking weed taste of pizza. That's what's happening.
That's what I was worried about, man.
That freezer smells not nice. Yeah, definitely double plastic bags.
I just bought this big freezer too, so I started double teaming it. Before I had a little fridge freezer that was empty, but I don't have that fridge no more. So I was thinking the same thing. But you know what I did before? I made the mistake of putting my trim into plastic bags. I must have put it in too tight and it come out like a wad of ice, you know? And that's why I switched to brown paper bags. But I guess having their own designated freezer before, I never had to worry about this. So that just popped into my mind the other day that I'm losing terps and picking up other shit, you know? So who knows what the hell? I'm going to have pizza hash here for the next year.
Nice. There you go, Eagle. He's got vatted in a bucket.
That's a much larger scale.
Yeah, you got a big freezer. It's so warm right now, I can't even run BHO, and I've got the fucking time.
It is tricky. If it gets too cold, man, everything freezes up. The spoon, when I try to scoop it out with a spoon, it'll have big ice crystals on it. It's pushing everything out of the way. And then, like Eagle said, if it seems like if I try to scoop it down, it heats it up too much or something, you know, and it just starts getting every batch after that gets shitty. So I try to get it as cold as I can. And I just bought me a new pump sprayer. That's what I use, like a 1 gallon pump sprayer. I put ice in that. and I get the buckets of water. I set them outside until they're like ready to freeze off, man. And I do the best I can to get it cold, but I still got some adaptations to make to my washer based on some shit that I learned from Eagle when I was on your show that day. I think you were gonna send me a video, man, of how to do it. I don't think you ever did. So I kind of put you on the spot.
12-hour one.
What's that?
Forgot about that.
Yeah. Nah, that's cool. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but yeah, I look forward to doing that. Now it's getting cold. I feel the pressure's on. I got to get busy making this shit.
The 444 is my time to jump, guys. But it's been fucking riot. Appreciate hanging out. And where the fuck is Red Pill?
Yeah.
Yeah, good question.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. Where's Red Pill at?
I saw him yesterday. He was on, actually, Bingus went live on Instagram, and I jumped in there, and I was hanging out with Bingus. He was trimming up some plants and shit, and Red Pill jumped in. I saw him pop in, said he joined, and I said hello, and then that was it. He was gone.
I thought he was, anyway.
See you, Smiley.
Yeah, see you guys.
He
We'll,
DM'd
out,
earlier.
Smiley.
See you,
Cheers, Smiley.
Good
Smiley. Have a
talk.
good night, man.
Smiley. Talk to you, brother.
Cheers.
In his defense, it's been a lot of back and forth a little bit on the Sunday thing. More or less timing, I guess. But he did DM earlier today, and then I DM'd him. Been a little cross paths, but whatever. Door's always open. Mr. Red Pill.
Where's
I
Buddha
actually
Boy?
sent
then?
him my phone number.
Yeah, I
Send
ain't
him my
seen
phone
Buddha
number
Boy.
to help fucking clarify. No. That's a good question.
I seen him on
Seen
IG.
him in,
Posted a couple posts.
Yeah, I saw Buddha Boy at some point today.
Yeah, I saw a post today, but I haven't
Yeah.
seen him like on here or anything in a while.
That's cool, man. He knows us. He knows where we at.
I was just checking up, making sure everybody's happy.
Yeah. For sure.
So this, I took another smell off of this here cow, and I think it does have these small seeds back in its like.
Dude, you sound like fucking C3PO or something.
Okay, yeah, it's not me then. I couldn't hear.
Yeah.
What's happening? Hang on a second.
That was weird.
Yeah, it was like somebody, I don't know what they were doing. Yeah, like covering your mouth and squeezing your nuts at the same time.
All right, can you guys hear me now?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Now you're like
There you
a
go.
ride, dude.
Yeah, I
you
got
go.
off my earbud. There's something wrong with my earbuds or something. I'm not
Drop it
sure.
in the toilet.
Yep. I had it on a speaker thing earlier, but it wasn't working either. So it seems like my phone is having issues connecting to
Bluetooth
exterior
bullshit.
devices.
Right.
Yeah. Oh well. So anyways, I was saying, Tao, that I took another whiff off of this stuff that I got. And it does have the puckerberry sweetness to it, puckerberry knockout, but then at the very back end of it, you can smell a really wicked cheese that comes off of it.
There you go. That sounds interesting on its own there. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So
man! I
what's
think
the-
that was one of
what
the
is the
best
huckleberry?
accidents I had. What's that?
What is that huckleberry really? Is it just like a berry, mixed berry?
Well, this the one that I got, it kind of has it's very sweet. It's almost has a red delicious kind of a smell to it, but it is kind of a berry smell in a way.
Sounds interesting.
Red delicious apple, kind of a berry
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of, you know what I'm saying? But really sweet smelling, very strong. And now with that the blueberry cheesequake in it, man, I'm telling you, it's What an absolutely fantastic mistake I made.
That sounds pretty fucking good.
Yeah.
I just wanted to throw out there. I meant to do it in chat, and I kind of fucking spaced it off. But I just wanted to say cheers to Sungrown 707 in chat. Happy New Year! It's been a minute since I've seen him in chat. I just wanted to acknowledge his ass. Happy New Year, brother.
Nice.
Never mind.
Yeah, there's a happy birthday up there too. You got pinned for Gray Sun Grows 207. So happy birthday to him. And then wasn't there the Jess and Bean had a birthday just recently as well? It was in chat there.
Yes, he did. So did Green Fingers, I believe.
Yeah, Green Fingers. Yep, a lot of birthdays the last week or so.
Yep. Happy birthday, all you guys. Happy New Year. It's going to be a good one. I'm hoping on it.
Dude, banking on it.
Yeah.
It is going to be a good year.
You and me both.
Well, I got my garden reset. I got new babies in the lineup.
It's all up to you.
Hopefully
How good will 2022?
So I'm looking forward to that. It's kind of freaky right now because I don't have anything in flower. Ever since I started this, it's been perpetual. So it's really weird. It almost feels naked in my house.
Dude, yeah, well, the perpetual is going to stop then. You better get on that.
Well, I had to shut everything down so I could redo my floor. You know, if I didn't, I couldn't keep having carpet in this room. I had to get rid of that.
Oh, yeah.
That was just eating at me. And I mean, but I couldn't.
You couldn't keep the plants to the point. Yeah.
Without taking it all the way to the stop,
Wow.
you know.
Did you do a nice big one before you, nice big flower room before you stopped?
Oh yeah, now I got
There you go.
well, no, it wasn't really big, but it'll hold me over.
That's what I mean. Yeah, yeah. Good enough.
Yeah, I got plenty in reserves to hold me over. Yeah.
Good.
That's not a problem because it's all for me, man. This is everything. I'm kind of selfish on it, you know. But if somebody comes over, I'll smoke with them.
I'm actually thinking about moving my grow, even though in general, I may be moving. Or may, there's no may, it's just a matter of time, unless America or whatever. But I'm thinking as I'm going to rip a page right out of Mr. Smiley's book, I believe. And I think, and it would have benefited earlier this year, maybe have the grow on a separate, I think I may run a space and just have the grow in a separate area. It would have been beneficial, even like a time like now, it wouldn't have shook the grow or have any interruptions or whatever. Whatever life may throw in.
Yeah,
that can stay consistent. So
How
I'm
about
thinking that maybe
how about that 53 footer? Is that going to be an option?
53 footer.
Didn't you say something about a trailer?
Oh yeah, the 40-foot semi-trailer there.
Yeah.
I was actually looking at it the other day.
That's I mean that just sounds like
it's still an option.
Yeah, that sounds like a good place to grow, kind of. You know what I'm saying?
Rough in the winter, man.
Rough in the winter. Yeah.
Probably rough in the summer too.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, and with that being said, it'd be wise of me to consider, especially with things the way things are moving here in Michigan, with them pushing on the caregivers more and more to get into a more legal type situation. Not that we're not in it, or let's say a more inspectable type situation, to where they can come in and see that the rooms have been fireproof, sprinklers, all that good shit. You know what I mean? Kind of the more next level shit. I'd like to be more prepared for something like that than the old school fucking rebel outlaw grow in a fucking semi truck. I think I'd be more fucking, I'd rather step up into something that may be more next level ready.
I mean, you could do that
Instead
too.
of the gorilla
You could
grow.
do that too.
True that.
Oh,
That's rad, dude. It's a project, isn't
that's cool.
That's a good thing
I
to think
think it'd
about.
be my most fucking wise move in 2020. Because out of
Right,
anything I
Eagle
can
nest.
think of, out of anything I want in my life, is to continue with cannabis. I kind of meant to throw that out there when we were talking about the Betty White thing. I threw it out in chat, but that's the 92 fucking years. That's the difference right there between working and doing what you love. Because
Yeah.
Cheers to
she
that.
was well suited long ago. She didn't have to do this for 92 years, man. She fucking did it because she loved it. And that's the
When
same
someone
thing
said
I can
that
find
she
about
worked this
cannabis,
year,
man.
yeah. When someone said she worked this year, that's what you just said. That's exactly what went through my head. It was like, well, I know she didn't need the money, so she must have just wanted to do that. And that's just, yeah.
That's one reason why she was perceived very well by all the fans, because she was real and they could tell that she just loved it and she was in it for, the love of it, not just for the fame or money or whatever. And everybody's talking about that. She's a mega star,
She had
Right.
fun
Kind
with
of
her
another
career.
thing I'm kind of focused on. I didn't mean to cut you off, SoCal. You go ahead, man. You've been quiet forever. Run with it, SoCal. Cheers, brother.
Oh no, I was just going to say that you could tell that Betty White had fun in front of the camera.
Oh yeah,
And
she did.
you know what I mean? That was her grow.
Yep, exactly.
And then like you go back and watch the old Friars Club roasts where she was on there. Dude, that old lady fucking loved that shit.
Oh, yeah.
I would just wanted to throw on what I was going to say is basically another thing I've kind of learned on that same aspect of doing what you love, because of fucking it's more sustainable and gets you further in the long run. Is we talked about tonight, another aspect of fucking shit is time. Fucking worrying about fucking time. That's another thing I've kind of come to the realization. You can't change the past. Why worry about the things that have been done late in the past? Don't waste no time in the past. The future, yeah, you can waste a lot of time in the future, but if you sit there and ponder and get lost in the future, you may die tomorrow and you may not ever see any of it. So basically, all you can do is live in the now, hope for the future, and you know what I mean? Quit worrying about either the future, the past, live in the now and appreciate the moment. You know what I mean? Plan on things moment by moment. Don't get too caught up in the past or the future. That's what I've kind of come to roll.
Yeah, exactly what you just said, man, is basically like when I was saying that there was a time where time wasn't a factor for me. And that's what I was living like right now. Everything was happening now. And I was excited for right now. Like I wasn't thinking about what I'm going to do tomorrow or next week or, oh, I have a vacation. Like I wasn't thinking about 2 days ahead. I was thinking like right now and maybe 10 minutes ahead. That's it. And it's so much, life is so much better when you're living in the now.
100%. And if you aren't, keep working hard towards a situation where time is your, it's the currency that you've got rather than you're giving away. It's got to keep tirelessly working towards that. Time is the currency.
Yep. Eagle hit it on the head, man.
All right, boys, I'm out here. I'm fading fast. And I got shit to do tomorrow, too. But SoCal, Green 13, Modern, Thunder Dan, Johnny, Canna Seed, Stoney, Rockafeller, Smot Poker. Good seeing you all, everybody in the chat. We love you. And fucking
Peace
Eagle,
out, brother.
it's always fucking awesome fucking talking shit with Eagle. I'm glad you popped up tonight, kid.
Love, brother. You muted, Eagle.
Muted. Thank you, brother, Brandon. I appreciate you more than you know, man. I always look forward to you popping on, my friend.
All right, thank you. And 2022 is the year for you. All right, peace out,
man. Right
good
on,
saying.
Tal. Have a good night, man.
Here's Tal.
Thank you, brother.
Cheers.
I like that saying. 2022 is for you.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like it a lot.
But Eagle, I definitely want to get with you soon, man. And I know you got shit going on, but I mean, I don't expect you to do too much, but maybe I could get some input from you. But I like to do something up there at that campground, man, where you do a weekend camp and just hang out and party and get a whole bunch of everybody out there. Maybe Johnny will drive in his new car. Come on out.
Yeah.
That'd be
Summertime's
awesome.
coming, man. Summertime's coming.
We'll be here before you know it,
won't
man.
be long. I'm on the downswing already. It won't be long.
Yeah. Green 13 pointed that out the other day. Days are getting longer, 3 minutes every day now. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, yes it is.
Yeah, man.
It'd be a good time, brother. It'd be a really good
I love
time.
it up there,
Perfect
man.
setting for it.
It's like I don't know. Again, you know what? It's like living in, like I said, like living in no time, you know? We're just all there and just hanging. It was great, man. The vibe was really cool.
Gotta be
With that-
warm.
With the same aspect being said right there, Stoney. I've been up here. I'm starting my 6th year now. What, fucking 3 months into my 6th year of being up here, and I'm looking back. Time does melt away up here. I'm looking back at the last 5 years, and I'm going, holy fuck, man. It's like it just blinked and it just all went fucking by, just hanging out, chilling, relaxing in the woods, man. It just went blink. 5 years gone.
Just like that. It's awesome up there. I mean, it's just, man, I don't know. It's the vibe, right? It's the whole vibe. Like, was it Smiley was saying, like, you walk into a room and you know people are talking about you. Well, you know, when you're up there, it's like, you know, look, I'm from Chicago, so whenever I go anywhere, I'm very always aware of my surroundings and check shit out before, because, you know, you never know where the fuck you're at. Up there, man, people are just so cool and so nice and chill and laid back, and it's like helpful, you know. I'm like, I've just never been too many places like that. I know down south it's pretty cool, you know, people are always waving and shit. My uncle's down in Tennessee. It's like, you know that guy, you know that guy, you know it. I don't know any of those guys. Like, they all waved at you. Yeah, that's how it is down here. Like, well, that's kind of nice.
You staying local, Eagle?
That is to be the question. I'm not sure yet. My daughter, if I have to move, is plugging me to come down state. I'm originally from mid-state, and there are definitely a lot more options for me down that way, all around the board. But I don't miss the fucking city. I do and I don't. It's a love-hate relationship. I like to visit anymore, but I don't mind fucking leaving. I can tell you that shit. I definitely don't mind going home and, you know, kicking my feet up in the woods and going, man, crazy down there. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So
absolutely.
When I was younger, I couldn't wait to get to the city. Now, man, I get down there and I just can't wait to get the fuck out.
Honestly, that girl there is my biggest regret of moving up here. And that's honestly, that was one of my toughest moments. I'm not even gonna fucking lie. You know what I mean? Was the daddy-daughter moment right there. And it was the standoff with the boyfriend. She stayed down mid-state with the boyfriend, and daddy's girl fucking, you know what I mean? That girl went everywhere with me from the time she was able to walk. She was my shadow. Everything I did, grocery shopping, whatever, she was there. She fucking, you know what I mean? So when I moved up here and she made that decision that she was going to stay home or she was going to stay downstate with her boyfriend there, it was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? That was really tough to deal with her being on her own, no family downstate, fucking whatever. And that sucks, man. Every time I go back and forth, I'd be fucking nervous as fuck. Long story short, she doesn't come up as much as she used to, and I missed blink of an eye, 5 years melted. I've missed 5 fucking years with my baby girl. You know what I mean? Phone calls, whatever. I missed that time. That's shit I can't make up. So if there's anything I regret about moving up here is not seeing my daughter every day. That's for sure. We have this standoff. She wants me to fucking hold it up. Fuck that shit up there. Come down here with me. It's all good. I need you. But in the same aspect, I'm here. It's hard to pull up bases here, run back that 200 miles downstate. But it may happen. It's definitely in the cards. She's been nagging. Shit, at one point earlier this year, she fucking had already behind my back, like started assembling a grow for me. You know, those behind the scenes has been fucking kind of in the know. You know what I mean? And she was already trying to team up like I got you moment. Fucking, I got a room, I got lights, I got your genetics. Fucking come home. You know what I mean?
Shit.
Basically, kind of moment.
That's all right there.
She's awesome. Yeah.
That's a good girl. Definitely.
Could be a real good thing. Could be a real good thing, Eagle.
Who knows?
I think it's time you went and found an eagle nest.
That's for sure. I agree with that. I'm very optimistic with, and I had that feeling early on last year that there was just something that this year, and I had it was like 19. I had that feeling too. 19 proved to be a fucking awesome year. So I think I've got 22 amongst I hope as well as everybody else here does as well. I think as Al said, 22 is the year.
Since 19, Eagle, man. Since 19, just been fucking. I said to we sat and had dinner as a family for New Year's and just fucking. They were like, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. And it's like, yeah, do you know what, though? Fucking happy 2021, happy 20. I mean, every year for our family has changed and got better, Like, we have got better. All things, like, to have that, what's the word I'm looking for? To have, something which is on the horizon that you're always working towards, this wholesome and better health for your family, like actual health, so mental health and physical health. And yeah, fuck, we are on this little journey together. And I feel like I get to come meet with people who are all trying to move things forwards in a positive way. And you know what? I even know my wife's jealous. She's like, you get time to talk to people of like-mindedness. And so, yeah, fuck. And be able to go talk to her about the things we're trying to achieve, which are similar goals, no ego, good vibrations, good fucking humans. safe situations. That's all. That's where we've been working since 19. It feels to me, you know, and believe me, it is fucking hard. Had some difficult situations in the last 4 years to find out. Yeah, anyway, I'm rambling, but I believe we're all carrying that spirit. I see it in all of us, really. Hopefully I'm right.
Birds of a feather, right?
Yeah.
Cheers to you, Eagle.
Here's to you, modern genetics. Everybody else, cheers.
Cheers.
Something, right?
Definitely.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Man, I'm going to savor this stuff. It's good stuff.
So, do you guys have any in particular goals you've set for yourself, or any dreams or expectations you have set aside for yourself in 22? Maybe something that you're gonna maybe X out of your life.
Yep, cigarettes.
Yeah, with that too. I gotta get rid of that too.
Yeah,
me
too.
I have not had a cigarette
Been working
since
on it.
midnight last
Dual
night.
stick.
So.
I'm going to be growing bigger plants. That's my goal.
All right.
We're with you on that, Johnny. Come on.
Well,
Johnny,
you know,
nothing's changed from last year, huh?
well, no. I mean, last year, the whole time I was growing lots of medium-sized plants. You know what I'm saying? Smaller plants, so I could get an idea of how to grow. For one thing, I wanted to know how to grow multiple different kinds. So having multiple different cultivars inside my flower room while I'm growing is, well, it was quite the challenge. Let me just say that. So I'm looking forward to growing not as many cultivars, but larger plants and doing more manipulation of them and trying to get them to just be as pretty as possible on this time, you know.
Still gonna be perpetual?
Yes, still perpetual. I can't stop doing that. That's just, you know, that's the way to do it.
You just have to veg it longer. I mean, you put 1 week more veg in something, and it's a big difference.
Oh, big time, yeah. And when I threw everything into flower, when I cut everything down, you know, to change out my room, it was really interesting to watch them when they weren't even ready to go into flower, do what they were going to do. You know, they all had their own specific kind of things that they were doing, and it was just really interesting. Some of them actually sprouted out a little, some just stayed into a cola, you know. So it was just interesting to see how they grew, you know, when they weren't ready to be thrown into flower. So more experiments too. I plan on doing way more experimenting. I'm thinking about doing.
I do always do.
Go ahead there, Thunder.
I was gonna say I always do an audition first. I grow them small first, and then figure out who I'm gonna keep, and then from there I grow a bigger plant, so I don't waste the fucking time on the blah, you know.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what I was
kind
of doing too. I was looking for my good stuff, and I think I've come across a whole lot of really good stuff. So I'm just going to start working on powering them up to bigger ladies, you know.
Absolutely.
I'm even thinking about doing some grafting and splicing on some of these plants, just to experiment, you know.
Yeah, I wanted to get a tool that you can like kind of like squeeze it and it'll make a perfectly shaped 2 pieces. I wanted to get one of them tools to do
like
some grafting
that
myself.
That's rather interesting. It kind of locks it in like a puzzle.
Oh yeah, it's pretty neat.
Yeah,
It should work perfectly, much better than just splitting it and trying to cut it in. I think that thing just like perfectly. You get a couple good branches that match. Yeah.
Yeah, that's something else I'm planning on doing. Not to mention, I got my worm garden going, and I got a live bed, a living. What do you call those boxes that Smiley
Earth
made?
box.
Earth box.
Earth
So
boxes.
I got one of those going. I'm going to get another one going. So I have two. So, yeah.
We got
Hey,
4.
what's the difference between an earth box and a sip pot?
It's the
Nothing.
same. It's just
One's a
just
brand.
made.
Same.
Okay.
Nike tennis shoes.
Really, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's just a made one.
Yeah,
I-
mine's completely homemade. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got some homemade ones. I just took the pans you use for like rabbit cages and shit. They're like 2x2s. You can put them in a 2x4, whatever. I put 2 of them in there, and then put clay pebbles in the bottom, and then just set fabric pots right on the top of them. They
There
just
you
grow
go.
roots right down through, and you use that as a sip. I mean, that was just for a little tent run, you know. So yeah, you can use it anyway, but it's just sipping from the bottom.
Gotcha. I was curious in my mind's eye what the picture when someone was saying one of each, because we use cocoa, and I was just curious of how those work. I see a few people making those sips pots now. I guess they're a pretty big thing.
You can make them with cocoa.
SIP is sub-irrigated planter. That's what it stands for.
Yeah. Yeah, you can use cocoa too.
My beds are all SIP. My
I'm glad
beds
you
are all
told me
SIP
what that was,
beds.
Ring 13.
Oh,
Sorry
cool.
about that.
Yeah.
I didn't know what the sip meant. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just water from the bottom.
Right. I just figured, well, I guess
Yeah.
it's sipping out of the bottom.
Yeah, I get that's what people would assume as well.
Yeah. So that's cool. I'm glad you said that.
Earthbox
Sip
is
pot.
just the brand. They're nice. They have wheels. You can roll them around. They put these fancy little shower caps on the top. But you can make them out of anything. 5-gallon buckets, beds.
This has been
Hey
one
Johnny,
of my.
have you ever ran one? He's gone.
It's the fucking bollocks. The plant thinks it's got 2 root zones and it goes mad. Thinks it's in a huge pot.
I provide. It's kind of. I think they're nice, especially in flower. The way I run mine, anyways, because you can kind of get a nice dry back. Let that top layer dry back quite a bit.
Yeah.
In between water. So at least I let mine do. Which Mr.
So
Smiley probably don't suggest. Yeah.
I now
Oh.
don't do it. I now don't do that. I keep it a similar moisture, but I had amazing runs doing exactly what you're saying, which is like very wet at the bottom, very dry on top.
Just letting that reservoir dry right out before you fucking kind of let it go right hit it. Still see moisture, but not totally dry.
I let it go completely dry, Eagle. I know this is all against whatever, but there's still moisture in the soil. I don't think my microbes are dying, but I let it go completely dry. And then if I want to top dress, that's when I take the opportunity to top dress. I'll put whatever I want down, water down again. Once I get runoff in the bottom, then I'll fill up to the top till it gets runoff outside the earth box. But I always let it dry all the way out, and then I add water because I don't want anything to stay.
They don't die though; they just go to sleep. So when they get wet again, they come back out. They just go dormant.
Yeah, but I think when the plants drink the reservoir, you still have moisture in the soil to keep the microbial mass alive. I mean, I stuck my hand down in there; it's still wet. It's still wet.
Wet's relative though. I got a moisture meter and it tells me what wet it is, and so then I know whether they're awake or whether they're asleep. And so then you have to deal with that because, like, I'm like, okay, I want you awake. So yeah.
So you're putting straight water in the reservoir part of the bottom, and it's not fertigation solution even when you're in flower.
No, me personally, no, I don't. I've done just water, but I fertigate the bottom now. I've got a very demanding environment, and if I don't give it enough food, then yeah.
Microbes in water. So
I keep it packed, the earth box, with nutrients. So I hit once a week. They get a different kind of microbe, fish shit, mammoth pee, recharge, depending on where we're at in this cycle. And then, just regular water in the reservoir. Not even pH, straight out the tap. But even though I know what the pH is, but.
Oh man, looking up that episode, trying to find that episode for Smot Poker there, and
it seems like it's a cross. It seems like it's a cross between like soil and high frequency fertigation or something, because you're supplying oxygen in your water constantly, I guess. Like, I don't know, what do you fill your res once a week?
I've said from day one, I think you could supercharge that motherfucker by throwing an air stone down the reservoir. Anyway, I'm sorry.
I think that's good as long as you keep water in the bottom of it. If it dries out, might be a problem. But I suggest an air stone down there.
A long time ago. Remember that? Modern
I've done it. I mean, you just gotta keep a reservoir of water in there, and it's constantly splashing the shit. It's constantly splashing it. It's fucking awesome, dude. It's fucking you're driving it. You're literally just putting that fucking supercharger on it.
But you can do it. You can do it one or two ways, conventionally speaking, and that is you could either do what you guys are talking about, which is let it dry out, fill it up, let it dry out, or you can run like a microbe that will run in a aerobic environment, so EM1, and then you can just wet it as you want, keep it as wet as you want, because that microbe will make sure that anaerobic situation isn't a problem for the rest of the medium.
Well, it doesn't become a problem because you're pumping air into it. So it doesn't.
Yeah. Sorry, I was talking about without that. I was just talking about generally.
Yeah, without it. Yeah, without it, you want it to dry back. You don't want
or
to
the EM1
continuously be soaking. But you're pumping air into it. It's got everything it needs, and it's just like turn it into hydroponic, basically. But you're still got all the values of the living soil.
So what do you guys thought? What is the main benefit, in your guys' opinion, of the dry bag?
I use the dry back because I don't want it to have anything go anaerobic in the bottom at the root zone. So I don't want to make, so one way you can run the earth box is they put like EM1 down the hole and make it an aerobic or non-air zone, put the shower cap on the top of it and all that jazz. But I don't necessarily want that. So I want the reservoir to go dry and then I'll fill it up. And I also did it because I work construction, so I'm not always here, especially in the summertime. So I wanted something that I could fill up and put a Wise camera on and maybe see it from your house while I'm fixing your shit. I'm like, did my lights come on? Let me check that out. Okay, back to putting the capacitor on. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted something with the ease. I had gone from bottles to this because bottles were you got to shake those bottles.
Yeah, I like dry back to yeah. It just keeps bringing nutrients and oxygen down in the soil. I mean, you don't want to get anaerobic. You're going to get bud rot and shit. I mean, not bud rot, but root rot and shit. It's healthier for it. I mean, it does it. It does it in natural environments. It rains and it runs and it just. But when it rains, it don't just fill up in a bowl. It runs all the way fucking through, so it's going to dry back, and naturally, it's not ever sitting in a bowl of water. It's constantly getting
kind of understood
cycled.
it is like the soil being moist. The plant likes to be moist, or moist soil is pretty much thought of by the plant to be a vegetative state. Dry back is something that I've always thought you've only wanted to introduce during flower. And in my opinion, I've thought, and I see everybody's got opinions, different opinions here. That's why I asked. But the big reason I implement it isn't for root reasons or anything else. It's another stressor later in flower to bring out more terps and production, or terp and trichome production. It isn't nothing else. That's the only place I'll use it last few weeks of flower. But everybody else has different opinions on when and why they use it. That's why I kind of asked why you guys use it.
So it's funny. I actually considered that I don't do that. I was like, I don't dry back, but I do exactly what you just said. In the last 10 days, I'm not going to give it any more moisture. That system's going to start getting dried back. Yeah. So I guess I do it really, but only at the end. Yep. Otherwise, I want to keep it the same moisture level. And the reason why I want to do that is because I just want that. I want to avoid the facultative anaerobic, and I want to avoid. It's basically for pest pressure.
Now you guys when you say dry back, it's not a complete dry back. It's it's just
ease off.
It's not. It's just to ease off. It's not, like the whole pocket dry. That's not going to work for you. But
because it's such a
you just don't want to keep loading every day. You don't want to do that. Like you might do it with cocoa. You might want to feed that or hydroponic. Feed that every single day. But on a soil, I don't think the soil likes all that constant, just saturated water.
Right. Like you said with cocoa, we try to keep ours wet all the time. We try to keep over 90% capacity all the time in our moisture, but it's a different kind of water. As you mentioned, it's not stagnant. In cocoa, it's either constantly renewed with high frequency fertigation, or like with DWC, you have, as you mentioned, the bubblers, good microbes or whatever, or sterility. So that helps you with the rot. But yeah.
Cocoa can hold holds an immense amount of air as well, which means that there's a good balance. Yeah.
DWC microbes don't work. What you're using is bacillus, as I grew in DWC, and that's what I use. So you use the bacillus, and there's a certain I can't remember the name of the particular bacillus, but it is it fights off like the bud rot and shit, any of those pathogens. So I got root rot once, and then I've learned about bacillus, and then it never happened again. So running in cocoa is still basically like a hydro situation. So I don't use particularly microbes so much because I'm constantly washing through, right? So I do make sure I'm using bacillus. You can find that like in the Orca, I think it is, or like the great white shit. With other stuff, I use this stuff called photosynthesis, which is awesome. Helps with the uptake of carbon and grabbing onto those photons.
I've seen that stuff. Photosynthesis plus. Is that what it's called?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I've seen that stuff.
If you're growing in cocoa, I'd recommend that over like using recharge and shit.
See, I use just straight salts and H2O2, but I don't use H2O2 every time. Just I usually, after my reservoir gets a little old, I'll put some in it to kind of fight back the bacteria that could possibly come,
Yeah, I would get rid of the H2O2 and I would get some bacillus. Another one is HydroGuard. That's the one that I use specifically in DWC because they have the specific bacillus that fights. But I believe it's the same photosynthesis has that in as well. So plus a whole bevy of other shit. So and when you open that bottle up with that shit and you smell it, you're like, holy shit, this, you know, it's going to work. It smells like fucking sewage, man. It's pretty nasty.
I just want to fucking reiterate because I see and again, I got much respect for everybody and their opinions. I'm just kind of telling you guys when and why I'm doing it. Dr. Brothers Lightyear has telling whom an individual I have tons of respect for, says I should never really let my soil get that dry, but I have found that tons of benefit within that last week, especially if you're worried about flush. You can let her dry out a little bit, suck up what it has available in the plant, and then give her heavy water. And it has two folds, actually. You'll flush out whatever bullshit that's in the plant or usable excess nutrients that's in the plant. And then when you do water, and it sucks up mainly nothing but that water, fresh water, because it's so fucking thirsty and it doesn't necessarily have a whole lot of time to wick through and catch nutrients. It's more or less that like you've kind of bottom fed it, you know what I mean, and just chugged it right up. It's a nice quick flush. And two, when it does get that water and it kind of is trying to get back to normal, all them leaves will fall right the fuck off. They'll die right off. 90% of them shade leaves you can almost take care of with a shade. And then you're ready for harvest, basically. Is when I'm saying a heavy dry bag or suggesting a heavy dry bag.
At the very end you're talking though, right?
Yeah. Last week.
Well, because I kind of do that the last couple of days. I don't give it anything. I don't water it. After I flush out the cocoa, you know. I might give it one water one day and then that's it. And then the next 3-4 days, nothing. And like you said, because then when I pull it out, I kind of did that. And trust me, I wasn't doing that because I was thinking. I did that because when I cut that plant down, I don't want that fucking pot to weigh 1 million pounds. I want to grab it and bring it right out. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of did it to help myself. I figured, what the fuck's the plant need anything else now? It's got pretty much everything it needs. It's going to die anyways in another couple of days. So, and then, like you said, the leaves, they just do fall right off.
I've often said, you know, we learn a lot of shit that is bro science, cannabis, citizen science, grower science, however you want to put it. But I always thought that the strip and flip, the Swazi tech, however the fucking came from somebody that had a fucking some type of problem, infestation, something, and they had to do a fucking heavy strip before, you know, try to save things. And they went, wow, that shit worked.
That came off okay.
I never thought it fucking,
right.
That worked. You know what I mean? I think that's how that fucking method came about, to be honest with you.
I a mistake, right?
Or I love that word, though. I love that word. Schwazing. Or however you want to say it. It's great that it's got, I love that word.
So
I actually kind of love that video, even though I don't operate like that. It was all really funny and fun.
You guys were talking bottom feeding. So I got these auto pots. So it's a gravity fed. You fill the reservoir up and it's got a little valve in there and it allows so much water into the bottom of the tray. And I've been having mixed results with it. And it's kind of been bothersome because I spent a lot of money and bought a lot of shit figuring, you know. And so I went through a couple of videos. And so what they recommend is for you to do this is you fill up the bottom of your pot with, well, they recommend like 1.5 to 2 inches of clay pebbles, the hydrogen. And I seen some dude who's actually just growing tomatoes and vegetables and just monster shit out of these things. But he's loading it up to like 4 inches pebbles, you know. So I'm like, well, maybe that's the trick, right? So I load some of them up with like 2 inches, some I do with 3, some with 4. Well, The ones I did with 4, they never made it into the pots, and they're just growing regular and they're getting top fed. And these things are absolutely fucking monstrous. They're all growing into the lights, and then I've got 2 of them that aren't in any, and they're just normal size. And these other ones are going bananas. And one of the strains I've grown before, and it never grew like that, and it's growing like a fucking. I mean, they're like still vegging out, and I'm in week 4. And these things are every day, they're another inch tall. I'm like, what the fuck? You're not supposed to be doing this right now. And they're just keep going, man. It's like, I don't know. Does it have something to do with all that clay pebbles in the bottom with all the air now that the roots have access to?
I would say that would be my guess. Yeah. I have a bunch of bros who kill with auto pots in cocoa. They absolutely fucking love it. I don't know how they run them, but I know they run them wicked.
I know another guy too. I was on Chad Westport's Grow Show, and he was a guest on there with me. And he's up in Canada, and he's growing in those things, and he's fucking growing beautiful shit. I don't know, just some shit works, and maybe it's my environment. I don't know. But it's the only thing that I cannot really grow well in. Soil,
interesting.
cocoa, DWC,
yeah.
No fucking problem.
It's just a tuning thing, then, mate. It must be just you need to get down whatever needs to be got down. But
yeah,
I do. I hear a lot. Yeah,
I got other shit to do, man.
Yeah,
I got drums, and I mean. I don't know. Maybe I'll figure it out. I do have some stuff growing. I actually got one plant, and I am finding the fabric pots versus the plastic pots growing in those situations way better.
Right. Do you think you're going to dump them?
Probably.
Hey, Stoney, I wanted to say, as far as as being a member at Cocoa for Cannabis for such a long time now, I think it's over 3 years, and being in the chat almost every day, I've seen a lot of people come through there with this same problem, the autopots. Now, it sounds like you're not having problems with anything. The problems that these people are having is that we always find that there's 2 reasons that the autopots give you a problem. One is that you get salt buildup from bottom feeding. It comes up so far and then it comes down, and every time it does that, I noticed it seems like when they exhumate after the grow, they notice that it's a lot of crystals in the top layer, and so that kind of starts to affect the roots and flowers, and they get burnt tips and all this other stuff, and they're saying our EC's real low, and then they find themselves top feeding anyhow. And another thing that we find happens is when you have that reservoir and you take your fertigation solution and you flood it down into cocoa, once it washes over that cocoa, there's a cation exchange. So that's now considered like runoff. So you're pretty much feeding your plants runoff water. As the longer you go, the worse it gets. And so it does take a lot of tuning and a lot of, I think a lot of those people that are very successful at that, because I watch a lot of people turning it around over there at Cocoa for Cannabis, and the way they do it is by top feeding, which kind of defeats the whole purpose of the investment of that purchase. So,
and it really pisses Autopot off. Autopot are like, never do that, never do it. They hate you doing it.
Yeah, and I feel like the outcast here because I have to say, and I don't want to sound like an asshole, but I always advise cocoa growers against buying the auto pots. But I do see exceptions to the rules where people are just blowing up, and it's for those 2 reasons that I mentioned that we, and this is why I ask questions about soil, because I'm much less versed in soil than I am with cocoa grows, and it just seems that does seem to be an issue a lot, but. The clay things at the bottom seem like that might help. I'm not sure how that would work, but it seems like it might help. At that point, you're almost running a half DWC system, right?
Exactly.
It's kind of like a sip pot with cocoa.
Right. And then they have the air stone you can put in the bottom. It's got a little plastic dome. And, I'm like, okay, now I'm fucking defeating the purpose of me doing this because I didn't want to have more equipment running. I already had that equipment running when I was doing DWC. And the other thing is I did a lot of tuning and fine tuning of doing DWC. That's why I don't have problems like A lot of people just can't do it. You know, they just fuck their plants up. They burn them up real fast and easy. And, you know, it's a lot of you're a god at that point, straight up. You're controlling everything. So every time you're feeding that plant, you've got to check, you know, your ECs, and you got to make sure everything's right. And you got to keep everything clean, you know.
It's just a diligence game, isn't it? It's a real scientific.
Right. And then you got machinery that you're relying on. You're relying on that air pump to keep pumping that those air stones, right? And you're relying on your power to keep that chiller going, or your heaters, whichever
it comes down to like cost per yield. I mean, how greedy are you trying to be with your system? You know what I mean? In my opinion, DWC is, or an underculture or water culture, are the two fucking race car systems. You know what I mean? So yeah, I can appreciate, you know, wanting to eliminate that shit. That's why fucking I'm in soil as well, because I didn't want to fucking all that shit or take the risk of a power outage. Shit, I suffered that recently with clones, with the power outage I had because I had them in an oxycloner. Power went down.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck am I gonna run? Is it gonna be you know, this, that, you know what I mean?
Oh,
so
yeah.
It was, do you want to run it? Do you want it? Especially in the system. It's just another thing to clean. One thing I've actually learned about running air with stuff, and you say what you want about air stones or not. It's something else that can clean, something else to clean. That porous area is another area for fungus and other bacteria to grow on. It's easier, well, at least in my experience, with the oxycloner, and I learned this from Jeff Lowenfels, is to fucking just throw that fucking hose right in there. Just big old bubbles, blop, 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 are just as effective as fucking running an air stone. Eliminates again another cost, another cleaning problem in that type of stuff.
Air stone's hard to clean as well. They're fucking gunky, man.
The best way
especially
I found
if you run natural
is with
organics,
denture cleaner.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Denture cleaner.
Fizz it up.
Quick scrub. Yeah. So Smot Poker. Can you click that link I sent you and see if it's viewable for you?
Yeah,
it's
let me
that
try.
Ash episode that you're looking for.
Oh yeah, I see it. I got it.
Yeah, that's a great
If you click
episode.
it, then you'll be in your YouTube history. You can always go back to it or save the link.
Thanks for sending that. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, man. I know you've been busy and you got a heavy shit on your mind. I've
been meaning to send it, but I was actually thinking about it the other day. But it's like, there's right in tonight, 542? There's 542 episodes to swim through to go. Which one was that episode? Even though there's only 2 episodes in the history of this show that are private. That's one. And when I smiled when I grazed by the other one, I was like, oh, that one still gives me the willies when I pass by that motherfucker. That's like, oh, Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
That one shouldn't even be available in fucking history.
Hey, when I click on it, it says this video is private.
All right, let me see what I can do for you here, my friend. Okay, I'll change it to some. I got you. Now try it again.
All righty. Hey, I wanted to mention while we got some dead.
I gotta probably hit.
Yep.
There you go. I had to hit save.
All right. There we go.
There you go.
Now I can save. I can download this, or I'll save it. Oh.
Watch at your discretion.
I'm out of here, guys. It's almost going on 6.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna join you. It's cold
Peace.
in
Good
here now.
seeing everybody. It's always fun
Happy
talking
New Year,
shit.
guys. Take care,
Happy New
Mommy.
Year, everybody. Happy New Year's. Everybody's New Year's supposed to be good.
Later, Green 13. Later,
Appreciate you
Modern.
guys.
Green
Thanks for
13.
popping
Cheers.
on.
Happy New Year.
Peace and love.
Thanks, guys. Have a great one. See you soon.
You too, brother.
See you guys.
So how about you, Eagle? How you holding up?
Yeah, I should probably check out my stuff. I was kind of counting on Red Pill checking in at 420, but no hard feelings with Red Pill. Love you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Again, it's just been a little bit miscommunication. See, it's kind of been with me a little bit of not coming, not showing up, which I gotta tell you, you guys tell me don't beat yourself up about it, but man, I do. It's if you guys there's a greater picture that I don't talk about, but man, trust me, this is where my heart is. know that if I'm not here, I want to be here for sure.
Yeah.
So there's been nights like the Red Pill thing where I didn't check in Saturday night. He was supposed to show his takeover is Sunday morning. Saturday/Sunday morning is when he's scheduled to take over. And instead of like being in cahoots and giving a fuck like I should, and hitting him up like Saturday and going, hey man, we still on for tonight? We good? Yeah. All right. Well, even if I don't do a show, hit me up and we got this. Da, 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 da. It's been like 420 Instagram, again, dealing through Instagram. You know what I mean? Most times I get notifications, maybe, yeah, maybe not. That's why I gave him my phone number tonight. Fuck the Instagram. Deal with me direct. You know what I mean? So it's like I get the message 5 o'clock and I go, oh fuck, I forgot about Red Pill. I gave him a couple apologies, a couple of last few. And then today he did hit me up earlier in the day, but I didn't see it until like 11:30, 12. And I'm like, yeah, we on, but he hasn't seen it. So it is what it is. He's always welcome to take over.
Well, SoCal and I will definitely be there on Wednesday to turn it on again.
And again, that's good to know. That's good to know. I kind of prime us, if other guests weren't lined up or whatever, kind of take the helm. I can't wait to get back to doing. I'm sneaking some in. I've got a couple of like good ones that like I can't not do. I want to, I'm not gonna not do a couple big episodes. You know what I mean? I can like get away with not doing them every day. But if I can knock out a couple of big ones, I'm going to knock out a couple of big ones. So there's going to be some of those lately. But I tried to do like a rerun the other night. And what's hard about the rerun is I have to plan it. YouTube won't let me like fucking 5 hours before. And I'm like, I can't, not tonight, whatever. I've tried to like do a premiere for 11:30 and rerun an episode, but for some reason it won't let me do it the same day. If somebody knows how, please, I'll take the advice.
Wow.
But it seems to want like a 24-hour notice so it can like scan through it. I don't fucking know, but I have to be like in the fuck it mood, I guess, like 24 hours in advance. You know what I mean? Better upload it today because I'm not going to give a shit tomorrow or whatever. You know what I mean? It's who's living that kind of life? You know what I mean? I want to be here. I don't want to be in the give a shit mood 24 hours from now. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to figure something out. Like I said, if somebody knows how I can, skip that bullshit and do it on the fly.
That's way above my pay scale.
Open ears. Open ears.
Yeah.
With that being said, I am I'm gonna fucking pull out so I can do the shout outs. I did get some new names on there. I've been a little lax with that. Again, sporadic episodes. I ain't got the fucking shout out list handy. So something that I find is very key. Thank you guys. I gotta thank them guys. Be grateful. I talked about that earlier today, how we live our lives, man. Grateful guys.
For sure, man. I think I'll get out of your way here, Eagle, and get off the feed. And I believe it was Aldrich earlier in the chat that said, hopefully in the new year, we can all be a little more positive. And I definitely want to try to do that myself. And my New Year's resolution is to try and keep hanging out with like-minded individuals like you guys on here and try to learn from you. And so I always appreciate you having me on and let me ask questions and pick your brain. That's usually my curiosity always runs wild. And when I get around other people, I want to dig their brain and see what they're into and kind of like, match my stuff with what they're saying. And so, that's usually where I'm coming from. And love the show. Everybody loves you, Eagle. And we're all worried that, we hate to see you going through heavy stuff. And you're a big inspiration to a lot of people, as is all the panel here. And it's like I always say this, it's an honor to be up here with you guys and to be able to converse with the likes of a chat like this one, man. It's like all good people, and it means a lot to me. So grower loved everybody. I'll get out of your way and have a great new year.
I got to second that, man. We got an
Appreciate you, brother.
awesome chat. Yeah, most definitely. Great people. And
Oh yeah,
I'm going to jump too. Just like Smot Poker, I'm going to jump out. So, Stoney, peace. Eagle, always excellent times. I wish I'd have got here sooner, but I fell asleep.
I can relate. I can relate, Johnny. I can relate.
I had an early morning and I ran around and did a bunch of crap, and I came home and had a few conversations, smoked a bowl over the phone with Miranda Family Farms, and then I passed out for a minute, and when I woke up, I said, "Oh shit, the show's on." So I had to jump on. So blessings to you. Peace and love always. Chat, everybody. I'll jump in there in a second just to say hey and see how everybody's doing. We'll talk to you later. Thanks, Eagle.
Happy New Year, Johnny.
Brother. Have a great day.
All right.
Appreciate you, brother.
And with that, I'm out. Eagle, thanks a lot, man.
Have a
great
good
way
one.
to ring
Much
in the new
respect
year.
to you, brother.
Much respect.
I'm still willing to talk with you if you want to hang in on time slot as well. It's just a matter of back and forth, brother. Let's make it happen if you're interested.
Yeah, I could do Thursdays, no problem. That's usually my best day because I don't have kids on Thursdays, so ever. Usually.
Like, I've always said too, even if it's a different time slot, if you guys want to fucking, you know what I mean, run a day to the slot or whatever, early evening, whatever meets your schedule.
Oh, okay.
It's all about
Even better
more
yet.
rally. Yeah, it's more about rallying the community and letting them hang out as well. So I'm all for, if you want to do something, like I said, let's talk.
Sounds good, brother. Yeah, I sent you my number, right? So just give me a ring, man.
Yes,
Let me know.
sir.
Just shoot me a text first. Let me
If I
know
didn't
it's
reply
you.
mine back, I will get you. Yeah, it's the only way. It's the only way.
Sounds good, man. Love you, pal. Have a good day.
Love
I know
you
you
too,
got a lot
man.
to do, so you're going to be doing the shout outs. So I'm going to jump in chat. Peace out, man.
Yes, sir. Peace. For the rest of you guys, I greatly, greatly appreciate your time as well. Let me make sure I got my papers. I got my papers. Shout out for this. Smot Poker kind of mentioned thank me rather for my time, whatever. I am lucky to be able to just hang out with you great folks, walk along the side of great people like yourselves. Appreciate all your time. Where in the fuck is my shout out? Hold on. This is what I'm talking about the disarray. Gotta love that area. Where the fuck are my shout outs list? Hold on, bear with me, guys. Oh, I found the shout outs. One thing I've always kind of mentioned, you guys may think this is funny or funny, not. I'm gonna change this here. Get rid of this fucking virtual background. There we go. Found the shout outs list. If you can see right there. As I've said before, and I'll say again, my dog lays on anything that is precious to me. Bubba, get up, please. He's laying on the shout outs. No wonder I couldn't find them. It was under Bubba. Bubba was guarding the shout outs. Love Bubba. He's a cool ass dog. With that being said, let's get to these motherfuckers. Now I found them. Found Bubba had them the whole time. Get them in somewhat order here. There we go. That one should be last. This one's first. There we go. Some kind of rhythm to that shit. Crack babies, you made the list tonight. As well as a few others. Let's get some music going. What do we have here? That's that. 57 of you guys watching right now. Holy fuck. That's pretty awesome. Cheers to you fucking 57 cool motherfuckers. Cheers, tough empath. What do we have playing here? Fleetwood Mac Dreams cover by My Two cover. Yeah, I'll take it, I guess. Yeah. Let's see. Man, YouTube's got a fucking crazy playlist for me tonight. I gotta have something good. Cheers to everybody that popped on tonight. Bingus, I'm sorry I came on when you were on at the same time. Awesome dude. Right here. That's a good one to start out. This is one I've been rocking quite a bit lately. You want to change? You want me to change your name to Taco Slapper MD? Well, thank you for letting me know. So if I see it, I can make the change. You crazy fuck. Love you guys. This Subcool, D's House Today, Mama Law 710, Scared Roll 420, Green Thumb Bum, Christina MG 89, Unplugged 705, Medical Miguel Cody, Rick T, the Rebel, the 9207, Fabian Selena, Safe's Not Here, Tom Spook, Greg Walker, Mendo Dope, T-Dog, Dung Beetle, Red Eye Jedi Grows, Mother Nature, Justin Conway, Duckweed, Run Boy, 7426, Justin Goodard, Strongman, Okie Grower, 75, Corey Travel, Michael Wallace, 420, Movision 420. Ain't easy when waiting is the hardest part. Who we got here? Michael Walls, Movision 420. Got you. Who's your cat daddy? Taco, Don Slug, Rick S, In the Bushes 827, Kevin Sammy Seaman, James Siemens, Kevin Hahn, World's Last Hat, Hope, Bio, holy shit, tongue time, Hats Fan 420, Bio Mentor, Dirt Road Dude, Ken Shiva, Jose Ramirez, Red Eye Rustler, Dab Goblin, Dr. Buzz Lightyear, Acetone, 710 Canuck, Canacoid, Genetics, Stabby, Tanaze, Boondar, Dirtman Dan, Keith of Black Sales, Mr. Bosilla, Zim Premium Gardens, Rasa Bob, Rasa Jeff, Soil Root, Small Tubes, Tyler, Frosty Buds, Winora, Michigan Micro, Ouija Buds, Stub T. Roy, Big Jar Growth, JC, Modern Genetics, SoCal, Weedner, John Lace, PPJ, 15. Green County grower CJ Apple, perfectly imperfected. Dollar Tree grower T1 Productions. Dank grower DOA Grow Meds. Miss Nudie grows I Grew Some. Johnny Candace Nutrient Shootout. Snotty Nikki Zoe and Slammer. And N1 Pixel Y. Pixel Monkey. Jeez. It's dry. Pixel Monkey, St. Bernard's Observation Blue, Clover 420, High Spy, Aldridge 25, Miss Madam T, Stu Moo, Cannon, Mo Grower, The Canna Crate, Loki Grows, Sus, This Guy Burton 79, Polish Hammer, Midwest Outlaws, Voodoo Ultras, Fresno Nerds, Cali Connection, Wolverine Grower, Big Jar Grows, Jimmy One for Life, Late Way Back Farmer, D Block, MMP Nations Creations, Amber Delana, Psychedelic, Warlock, Artist, LD, Sir Sticky, Rob, Big Day 420, Brent Window, Big Ed 1961, Metawana G3, The Green Clay, JK Triple G, Mr. Sprinkler, Brittany, and Tyler Teasley. Hope Farms, Lisa G, John B Too Crazy for You, BGW G420, Dr. Budswell, Purple Thumb OG, Arthro, Sensimilia, Arthro, Just a Face 420, Beast Coast Grower 420, Sir How, Trade Alone, Keep It Real, Hagerton 420, Sub Zeppelin, Audit Everywhere, BT, WD Grows, Biggest, Green Puffin Man, Alex Boy, Just F Life, School of Crop, Cause I Love It, Green Mountain Grower, Southwest, Okie, Real 100, 212, Andy Man, Miranda Family Farms, Page Farms, Meow Flower, Ryan Henderson, Green 13, New Sailbot Wins, Kingdom Microfoundation, Indra, Michigan Native, Mary James Med Gardens, Dreamer 77, Double D, Bad Bunny Nutrients, Mr. Green Pots, Mr. Green Nugs from 619 to 664, Spaniard, Kruger Jones Grow, Papa G Grows, Raz, Amy Dro Grows, Cass the Grow from the Art Podcast, Lee Luna, the Green Med Flag, Reminder, Amanda, Sony Creek, Lost Art, Mr. No One, LG 420, Giant Mike, Prometheus, Soil, Jason Isom, Pete Wynn, David Colvin, Mason 662, Scroggy, Nick Scroggy, to the void. Goddess Grows, Kaylee Burrows, Chad and Brad, Family Farms, Pauly Feed, VR, Kevin Jodry, Mike Honcho, Jay Huggins, UDA, Green Tree Hunter, Kush Cloud, Joshua Seamsline, Organic Home Buds, Warren Nelson, Cam Wood, Maine Mystic, Show Love Always, Kelly Stone, Texas OG, Chuck Norris, Sarge S, Claire Fresno, Happy Guy, 311 Mix Up, Kinder Rose, Gavin Green Hayes, G Friends, Tree MMJ, Matt S. A. Bob, Dragonfly B, Justin Meds, Travis Wells, Lucky Mike, Seattle Chronic Seeds, King Chronic, Titan for Blessed Coast Seeds, Shango Gas, Wabasso for Life, John Smith, Tommy Trichomes, Boca King Raz, Pop Little, Slow Roll, Spiky Pox, Oscar Green Jr., Matt Silbert, Indo 11, Stephanie V, Sharp Pulley 989, Von Brown, Sargon Garner, Stoner Nation 420, Joe Y, Bugs 1, 313 Grower, Painted Lady, Frank Booth, Jay Myers, the Mid, the Chat, Mr. Manny D, Backseat, Dr. GGC, Jeff, Shredder 911, Dutch Gross 420, Scallywag 420, Skillbull 1, Ben Gore 1, Empire, Breeding Co. for Goalie, Lost Leaf, Liam Mass, Danny Danko, B Bear 7, Ollie Noble, CK, Tom Trenda, Looney Jester, Smoking With, Small Town, Tim S, Mr. Lazy, Rafter Grows, Rob, Automation is Freedom, Robert Hazelton, Dora Michigan Core, Double Tap, Farms, Robert Houston, I believe it's first one I discussed, drive back with Mr. Green Thumb 420, 808 Rudy Prospects, Cannabis, Robert Hayton Life, Kenny 710, Operation Grow, T-Ben, TM 420, 696, Rude Nuts, Hammered E-Nails, Dr. Scrambles, BB Moonrocks, GHF, Double J Bio, Green Stuff, Grower, Hanky, Sinky 420, OGKP, Ganja Nana, Your Mama, Georgia, Joe, Roy, Rod, USB Growing, Nature's Best Nugs, Killer B Grows, Ganja Wizard, Husky Gardens, Nut Tree 420, Dr. Ooh, Soil for Life, Bully for Life, the Jeffro 420, Beavis 698, Dr. Franklin Booty, Goddamn, I'm Big Ted's Test, the Riffin' Fat Boy, Jack Greenstock, it's nice to see you, 420, 420, it's nice to see your comment and chat the other day, hopefully you're watching, my friend, Boom Farms, Charlie Farms 420, Aldridge 25, Smileys Garden, JD's, Miss D's Nugs, we miss you, Smoking Bro Fraser, Okoski was in chat, Twisted Roots, Faded Farmer 420, Jeff Jarowski, Genetic Memory Farms, Evolve 420, Cameron, Mr. Banksy, Jill Carter, Mystic Marks, Mystic Grower, Ginger Snaps, DTE, Rose, Rick Wolf, DLP 2372, Ned Denver, Mike Denver, Sergeant 420, Ken Trooper, Flying Cat 420. 420, Light Up, again, Tim, UKSIF 420, Buddha Boy, Devin Shipwreck, Medical MJ, Budsville, USA, Resurrection Prophet, Chris Martinez, Dankman Dan, Dankman 420, Red Setter Farms, Good Life, Joni Bell, Chicha B, Most Hated Grower, the Major General 420 Army, the American One, W Digger 714, Sharates, Kinios, the next Mountain Skies, Ready, Hit That Hot Bar, Chris Mertz, Ian, Save Robbie, Sergeant Pepper, our Sergeant Live, Finger Lakes Fire in this Fridge Patch, Dozer Moon, Southern Beachy Grower, Choose Medical, Jer Bear, +1 Mushroom, Secret City Pioneers, My Little Tent, 2042, Spacewalker, Christian, Tree Mum, T. Barrington, Heart and Soul, Homegrown, Mike B, T. Dwayne, East Coast Will, Heidi Delay, Galactic Gardens, John Smith, Elliptus, My Natural Farms, Pacific Northwest, Roz Kaya, Paul, Lemon Hoko, Trench, Rita's Juicy Life, 420 Grant Manual, Mary Bond, Sammy Sizzle, 9-inch Colas, Chris Moo, DK Trades, Vision Creator, Guru, Dekai Brew, Cannon Nation, JJ Wires, Dan the Indoor Man, Gromies, Homies, Hamilton's Growing, Clip Smoke, Keystone, Cannon Flag, PA, Big Eye, 710, Eugene Greenway, Ace Drew Hustle, Fred Dern, Carlos, Big High, or North, excuse me, Arizona, Beer Grove 420, No Sell, Jesse White, Gosh Saying Yeti, Introvert, Judge, Lex, So Jay, Vixen Rob, Mr. Killer 8 Mo, Cam Wood, James Buttercream, C Dub from NorCal, the Pharmacy Seed Bag, Deadhead, Smokey 616, Curtis Mayhem, Matt Moira, Morte, Chris Rick Heyman, Stephanie Dorian, Tennessee, Javad Carius, K Mac Rubel, Mike Rubles, the Drew Bear 420, Maxi 751, Lawrence Gonzalez, Slow to Get Up, Stu Moo, Popco 719, Baker's Shake, baby, Old Smoke, PWC, Grow Buds, Laura Wash, Mr. Weed Blunt, Old School, Grower Chad Westport, Honcho Grown, Florida Nugs, My Little Piece of Heaven, Pungent Sound Seeds, Goliath, Bro, Richard T, Chrissy Wannabe, Crispy Wannabe. Is that right there, wrong? Mr. Soul Food Spectrum, Gone God, Lori Hanson, Real 2,000 Years of Tradition, Mr. D. Conley, Pimp Jam, Bodie Face, Show Me Sasquatch, Fuck Google and You, I'm Going Well, Canadian Restore, Carl Wright, Zephyr, Humble Farms, Tannery Farms, Seldom Seen, Oak Park Gardens, Hell 9782, Skunky Packs, Martial Artist, 2012, Microslave Hefner, Danny McDiddles, Medically Fit, Mr. KGB, Robert, Mr. Green Fingers, Motherfucking Thomas. Cheers to you, my friend. Monkey Balls, Bobby Lynn Means, Trench Digger, Mr. Mac, Tonya Like Bologna, Bill S. Weed Peas, Tater Delicious, Minty Country Roots, You're on Fire Genex, Earth Creeper, Big Ray 420, Teeny 101, Bearded Buds and Hazard, Mr. Club 14, Bearded Bee Man 616, Not Up North, Max Groom and Ruby, Timothy McKimmons, Neo, Justin Bean, happy birthday again. Chronic 88, Fat Belly Real, Jennifer Steele, Kinnabis 03. This is a horrible version of a great song. I'm sorry, Taz. I'm gonna go with some slightly stupid. Chronic 88, Fat Belly Real, Jennifer Steele, Kinnabis 03, Turk Farmer, Shannon Stevens, Carlitos, Latino Skater Country, Mr. Speed, Wolfstein, Firesaw, Wally Walkie, The Goddess Grows, Rasta Bob, White Feather Grows, Burning Shrooms, Tone Grows, Dank, The K-Man Grows, BX and Gunna, 81 Smith Dude, New Grove, Sean McCann, J Monk Stink Agenda, Walla Walla Canna Grove, Fall Dog, Huron Cannabis Council, List Paris Rock Fan, Justice Bay 420 Bin, Fresh Grove, Thriving Herbs, High Boy, Your Mailman Grows, We Be Growing. Australian Grown Love for the Plant, Argo American, Smot Poker was in the house, Unfrozen Caveman, Hawaii's High, Surfcraft, Micro Groom, Jeff Lowenfels, Mobius Grows, Saint Brownies, Dan T, Elliott Harkins, Mystic Flavor, The Forging Gardener, Overwater, Overkill, Seattle Steve, Shadow Warrior, Valley Green 514, Amelia Jensen, Oz, Indica, Dr. MJ, Coco, Brandon, Russ, Matthew Gates, D's Bags, Drone Star, Shotgun Willie, Dank Yoda, Jay Simmons, Sure Bro Grows, Clackamas, DJ Conley, Aaron the Grower, Light 1978, Michigan Grown Buds, Your Boy, Roy Boy, Delta 9, Jay McDaniels, Clackamas 420, Stinky Colas, Dylan Stein for PFC Gardens, Husky Garden, Sun Grown 707. It was nice to see you in chat, brother. J8 Dro, J420, Cascadian Gross, Tito Twiggy, or Plans A, Weedwords, Captain Scroll, Skunky Buns, Hans Warrior, Jackie Young, Terry Lee, Live, Gasser Teppy, Annie N, D. Urge, Green Jr., Leon from All Purpose Plus, Green Goose, still want to get your ass on the foot show. 11 Smiles, 11 Benju Buzz, Michael Ross, Fluffy, Richard Forbes, David went to B4 P Funk, Nicotine, John Reese, What About Bob, Prince Patty, Daniel Bergman, Green Puffin Man, B, Duncan Lee, James Chung, Sarge Grows 818, John Wayne, Carolina Ruth, Sister Grow Nair, Dana, El Dan Carino, KNF Gardens, Blank 1030, choose one, Only Feed, Farmer James, Crypto Dope. Make sure you got both sides of that. Crypto Dope. All right, now leave off there. Richard Lamb, HIP, Rower, Matt Javine, Dan Marino, Chronic, Wanda, Sunrise Grove, Top Floor, Genex, Low Vision 420, Can2 Canvas, Jesse Fisher, My Dog Nelia, Alex Hardy, Gear, Betty Cropper, Daniel Gross Photos, Mitten Grove, Sunrise Groves, Lexi, Brittany, and Coop, my big girls. Brittany, I do miss you. No Limit 916, Grump Toad, Alchemist, and Canna Minx, Solarborn Addiction, Alex D, Dirty Or Catfish, High Power Thunder, Dan, Propagation Savior, Prod John, McDaniels, Lisa Marie, Sarge Gross 818, Blaze Daily, Fried Piper Perpetual, Eagle Proud War, Sell Smiles for You, Frank Lusada, The Dank Duchess, Kino, Kelly Maxwell, Captain 420. Frank Ustada, Stink Fat, What About Bob Again? L. Justin 420, Pop Shrooms, John Gorski, John Doe, Dungeon Gangster, THC4, PTSD, T. Barrington, Honcho Grown, T. Barrington, if I missed you, I'm sorry. Swamp Camp Pilaro, Canada Binka, Best of Because, Jen Dope, Mr. Manny D, Canada Forever, 420, AB Normal, Frank Guerrero, Frank Bear Free, J. Brent, 70. One, J. Allen, Big Bob Grows, Jolly Canna, Australian Gones, Yucca 420 Gardens, Daniel Phil, Mr. Nowhere, Selling Sally, Silly Seashells. Both sides of that. Fuck yeah. Bloodhound game. Touch too much. Fucking fun. You don't like this shit. Bobby John Ben's Rescue Roadside LLC, Rescue Roadside LLC, Rescue Ready Roadside LLC, Notorious Snug, Mag Receipts, Father and Son Trimming Tutorials, WT Tech, Jose Ramirez, Douglas 420, Fuck GR 420 community videos. Thank you for the Macmillan seeds. You guys are fucking awesome. All you guys, Monty, all you guys. Shout out if you guys aren't following them. You should. Chibo Man, Detroit River Rat, Lois Garcia, Michael P, AJ Everyday, Cheddar Bob 13, Maine 420 Med Growers, Cookies, Coop J Kendricks, In for the Grills, Audit Everywhere, Backwoods All Good, Salman Sales, Adam Swinkum, Adam Skankin, Chanel Simpsons, One Smoke Away, Contra Roads, Kazoo. Much love to you. Burning Shrooms, Mr. Lincoln Stinking, Angel Studios, MGs, the 420 Grove Tent, 420 Grove Tent, Paul DL, John Fleming, take a bit. Vibro Flower, Poly P, Seldom Seeds, Elevated, Lenny Organic, Sunman, Chiba Sunny, Jumbo Biolic, Ricardo Sosa, Dan J, Earth Friendly Farmer, Candy Forest Farmer. Fuck all that B. Misfit Grower, Jason Line 512, Snake Eyes, Northern 4466, Jason Stoner Baker, Jason Grayson. Let's not forget him. Stoner Baker, MD, Stony Creek, Ross Sonic, French Dweller, Tarzan, Superman, Old Man Hermes, Freebird, Mo Grower, Matty Gar, Simple Man, Survivor One Time, Tim Blake, Golf Coast, Chronic, Steam Fact, Caballero, Polero, Harley Grower, Jen God, Jason Line 512, Steve Collins, Todd Kendricks, Property Maintenance, Sharpie, The Island Hayes, Scuba Steve Speaks, J.I. Reef, Randy Cave, Steve Collins, CCDR, Claire Killian, Wardrobe Primary, Brandy Grundy, Pips 1000, Ace Boom 3223, Wake Up Captain Breeder B, Puffer 15 Digit, Michigan Ganja Move, Hash, Fred G, Super Bob. True. Broski 808, Weekend at Bernie's, K-Bag Justin Station, Strong Style, Organic Zippy. I'm Medic Honesty, K Hell Me, All Flower, Brett Boone, Todd Kendricks, Newton, K and F, Chris D, Truth Serum, 4x4, Natty Dread, Barbara Matthews, Ancient Soul, Grown, Kevin Jiu-Jitsu, Canna Health and Happiness, Berserk 215, Collab, Low Cut, Albert Chenley, Mo Manic Med, Raz Betsy, Helen, Huge, Janus, James T, Comic Spoon, Miss Jane, Miss Jill, sorry about that, Miss Jill, Miss Big Mr. No Mister. Big Daddy, LT Gardens, High Flyer 420, Lobster Brush Bro, Mother Tree Maine, Red Pill, Yo Boy, Roy Boy, Aesthetic, Shannon Gibson, Wuhan, Rick W. Comfortably numb. Let's smoke away the 840 show, Richard Lab, Red Pill 710. We miss you tonight, brother. Cannabis Pursuit, K Rolling, Worthy Buzz, Logan Man 81, Oil and Flower Podcast, Dr. Effect, Warren Dixon, Pink Lady Luck, El Mondo 420, surrounded by Keith, Rari from French Dwellers, Single Fathers, Happiness Without Guilt. Mike Steve 562, Ganja James Crystal, Green Ghost Genetics, Zenzolo, B Benson, Astro Charlie, Sativa, Smurf 4 GTC, A Bush Doctor, Dirty Hole Gardens was in the house, TK, James D. Weaver, Bro Ohms, Corey Gagden, Green Hill Farms, Hillbilly Herbs, Tasty Worm, Turks, Skunky Booster, YBF, Larry OG, Abolish Farm, Spartan Grown, Johnny, Green Thumb, 710, Michigan Wildflower, Sullivan Scene, Gambler, Todd O'Connor, DP 710, Caribou TV, Virginia Herbs, Red Primo, Equilibrium Genetics, Trophy Truck, Skyway, Kevin O'Donnell, School of Crop, Too Stupid Trucker, eBay, Bud Tender, The Glass Girl, 420 Grow, Ted Nugs, Matt Javine, Greg at 77, Ted Nugs, Skunk 8, Glasswork, Beast Mode 342, Mike Atomic Skier, JME 182, Justin Gersi, webcam Dan Sony, Baby Fat, Jay Kuda, Pip 1000, Dan Sony, Sunshine Farm, Daydream, Brad Star, Mountain Laree, Scotty Nowhere, Justice Mick, Not Sure, Red Bear Farms, Two Dogs, Butt Plug, Bungaloo, Not Today, Lucky, Claude E, Goslin, Mao, T, World, Green, CT Gardens, Benny Ben, Up Enable, Misty, Mar, Duber, Kush Terps 5, Zenti Mental, Green Goddess, Alberta Cannabis Grower, sorry about that, Earth Creeper, John Hazelhurst, Matt Ness, John Goff, Coon Word, Pedro and Dizzy, Joey Berger, Mr. DeVille, Mikey from Maui Genetics. Thank you, my friend. Missy Daxer, Green Fly, or Dragonfly Earth Medicine. Sorry, guys. A couple of awesome people right there. Thunder Dan again. St. Louis Sun Grown, Super Bob, Dutch Grow 420, Tough Empath, Mr. Tree, Green Gypsy 1, Das 241, Dirty Rock, Imbecile 69, SETI Games, Ginger Bug, Sworn A, Paco's Smartphone, Brady, Brady, motherfucker. Oh, why do I have Bradley, Brady. Sorry, Brady. Oh, fucking Ridley. I'm sorry. Be Ridley. I'm just what I'm just. Val F. Tough empath again. Crazy people doing stuff. This crazy motherfucker right here. Wait Pie. Multiple division. Patio. Who else? Bear Grow It. Bears Grow It. There we go. Home Invaders Get No Pity. Blue Kiss Gardens. Crack Babies DWC. And of course, last but not least, 207. I love you guys. Have a great day. You hopefully know the fucking oh my god. Hopefully you know the deal by now. This is the end of your day, your journey, which it obviously should be mine. Get some rest. This is the beginning of your day, your journey. Please have an amazing day. Please take time for a little bit of meditation, self-love, self-care. Get out there, have a great day. Along the lines, along the lines, have a great day. Please take time to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I'm a living, breathing example of that. Should have took this thing out a long time ago. With that being said, I am out of here. You guys have an amazing day. Hopefully, I will see you tonight.